Ну, вообще такого ни разу не было. Почему электрический участок?
There we go. I didn't bring you wellies. Ah! To the flat.
As the winter sunset early at 4 p.m., motorists can find themselves plunged not only into dark,
А давай, блин. Задумала.
The water might only be that deep, you know? That deep.
Ой, этот.
But just think when we get there. Just think when we get there. There's the guy saying, hello, I'm on route to you now to pick yourself up. You're going to be very shortly, okay?
Ё-моё. Ух ты. Ну что? Оттащил. Опа-на! С Титаника. Это так, блин, вот круто. Чего?
Darren is keen to
Бункер.
the customer.
Опять бункер. Он же был.
Road ahead, hello. Reckon he's on here.
Да,
That is a...
да, бункер.
Yeah.
Ё-моё. Слушай,
You've got to be just a little bit careful.
There's a pitch line.
да, устанавливали надо.
Slide into the river or roll off the road. His best option is to follow someone with local knowledge.
Опять с какого-то канала.
Well, he's going for it, so... Go for it.
Прикольно, бункер.
And that is deep. That is very deep. That was deep there.
In a standard car, it only takes 8 inches of water for catastrophic engine failure. And it seems the driver ahead is having second thoughts.
Ой-ой-ой, жесть.
Yeah.
Чего?
I've
Чё?
got a bloke, he's broken down for
А,
himself
как же
there.
запирки?
So he's got...
Заколочены.
He said he's actually the other side of it.
Ну, брать истину есть, теперь бежать положил. Ё-моё, жесть. А, ну так два. Получается, два дома. Он один... А, два получается. Понял. Помочь надо.
Darren gambles that
Конечно.
it's handled in water, but it's a risky thing.
It's over there.
Ты тоже?
Oh, Gideon.
Да, рязнун. Коробки.
How about you get out of it, really? I reckon it's good to be out of it.
Если да, то нет.
There we go. We're just coming out of it now, look. I've been in deep floods, but that was the deepest. So I'm not emptying these
Darren finally reaches his customer, a church minister who's been stranded for hours in these conditions.
Did you come through that? You actually come through that? That's deep, isn't it?
Опять?
Oh, right, we'll get you on anyway, and we'll get you going. I'd say it's very deep though, isn't it? Oh. Yeah, the woman's deep. Even I was coming fast, a bit worried myself. We'll get you on now.
А, я с народу, ну тоже.
Pretty dangerous here, so we walk as fast as we can. On the floor.
Вообще что новое? Опять отель. 6.
Finally put the flood.
Some cold spot now, Louis.
Папа, снова.
Cold nights. That's okay. We'll get you over here if we can. Angel. You've done through that way quite a bit, or was that the first thing you've ever first done?
Это с Титаника уже. Титаника. Отель! О,
But with roads
круто.
across the country closed due to
Вау!
Yeah, I'm getting a bit...
Опять, как это, ё-моё, опять!
Darren has to make a
Dude.
40-minute diversion back.
Ну подальше, развалюхи.
Right, here we go.
Ничего.
This time there's no local driver to follow, and the road is hidden on several feet of dark water.
It is big here. You can see the white lines up.
Hello? А, на Хэллоуин Second Season.
That's not easy, keep right in the middle. Everyone's just don't know where the road is. Oh, guys, you made it. Let's get you on.
Even though the floods in Gloucestershire are the worst for 5 years, on this rescue, Downs managed to keep his feet dry and re-enter the church minister of his family.
On that note,
It's
I
cold.
don't like when kids come out to me. Such a warm feeling, isn't it? Lovely, happy family. I'll be a lie to say I went a little bit nervous. But when you get
От.
finished like that, then you into a cup of tea and you meet his family.
О,
Well worthwhile. It really is. I go.
вот. О, что-то здорово. Тут не один.
Next
Здорово, да, ну.
A motorcyclist falls victim to the icy
Что
roads.
это? Да.
A
Тут я
track
просто-
snowplow is on the edge of disaster.
О, оба. Это здорово. Здорово.
And the pressure is on to lift a 20-ton truck.
Пипец, долбанный. Это какая-то жесть. Ну ты видишь. Ого. Просто.
As it starts snowing.
Еще как-то сколько тут их? Ё-моё. Он еще один. Что за... А ну это замок. Касл. Чего? Опять что-то китайское. Сделаю тоже. Интересно. Интересно просто. Форест опять.
Amazon brings the UEFA Champions League.
Понятно?
School versus Atletico Madrid, Tuesday from 6:30 p.m.
Ну, но... And in the...
Driving
Oh.
snow. Ferocious floods.
Ask.
Scary, that.
Lethal black ice.
Little threat for us.
Not.
It's been one of the wettest winters since record began, and January's cold snap brought the country to a standstill.
Вообще какая-то одноэтажка. А внутри мусора.
To the RAC patrol saving stranded motorists,
Time of day getting across your life.
and the heavy recovery specialists who clear up when it all goes wrong.
When is the world take away?
These are the unsung heroes.
Опа! То, что я говорю, больница он. Ну, наконец-то. И же больница прям.
This week, a motorcyclist falls victim to icy roads. A track snowplow is
Малик
on the edge of
спортивный,
disaster.
по-моему.
You don't want to have a machine going that way on a slide down the barn.
Все понял. О, стеной
And
хороший.
the pressure's on to lift a 20-ton truck.
The temperature is
Постой, чтобы не ходить.
now.
Because of weather closes in.
What's going to possibly happen now is it starts snowing.
Да. Знаешь, да.
When winter hits, the biggest vehicles on the road bear the brunt.
Скоро. О, больница.
That's where the heavy recovery specialists come in. They take on the largest, hardest, and most dangerous accidents.
Please on the road as soon as possible.
Next,
Зомби-атак. Hospital. Так это... О,
Northumberland, recovery experts Alpha are on high alert.
ну, вот куча нового.
working day and night to keep the room clean like that. Get that yourself.
The north of England has been hit by
Кафешка.
causing mayhem on the road.
With poor visibility in
Ой.
Newcastle, commuters pulled their way through a rush hour blizzard.
О, Вила. Опять! Тём!
Friday, 1:30 p.m., and 34-year-old Paul Lawrence is on his way to a tough job. A massive double-decker lorry has overturned and come off the road.
Непонятно.
As far as I'm aware, it is in the field. It is southbound on the 697, which is a main trunk road.
А, ты
It's a
его же
fast
взял.
road as well. It's very, very fast.
Он купчил шакала.
The crash
О,
is on a major
ну,
road
сильно делал.
in Edinburgh in a dangerous location.
Мне бунгера.
So the possibility of something
О, он огромный. 600.
things that were not
400.
today.
А это сколько? 400, 900.
Patient. A little bit of nerves there. You're
Тоже.
big job.
Тоже разъемы-то работают. Еще больше стало.
Just about the depth of the snow, like it's going to be heavy going. The risk of
Тоже.
a big job. Big job.
400, а это-то...
A massive truck skidded on the icy verge, crashed through a fence, and overturned in deep snow.
Больница.
The driver was lucky to
Да,
escape
тоже.
his shoulder.
Супер.
The lorry couldn't be in a worse location.
Ты уже, короче.
The A697 is a major trunk road and a crucial access. The road has been closed. With commuter traffic already backing up, this is going to be a recovery against the clock. Team leader Kevin is already on site liaising with police. They need to know how long the road will be closed.
Can you give us about 5:30 to say how we're going from there? If you pop back about 5:30, we should have the truck back on the street. With this road being stuck, panic, town centre become at a standstill. Rothbury is at a standstill, and the traffic coming out of Newcastle is starting to back up. So now it's down to how quick can we get it up so they can open this road. Everybody on roads in Newcastle needs to come this way to get home. And if we're here, they're not going home.
Before they attempt to lift the truck, they must first unload it. But the impact of the
По размерам.
crash has thrown the cargo into chaos.
Это уже не господи, это уже больница. Интересно, по размерам.
Literally get it off by hand.
Совершенно интересно.
So, have to carry on.
Это уже
The
госпиталь.
boys are loading the goods onto pallets. A specialist 60-ton crane has been brought in to load these onto another truck.
О, ё-моё.
The first step is to
Да,
stabilize.
целая больница прям. Ё-моё, ого.
Bigger pads down to spread the weight. Because he's got 60 ton of
Зубы в больницу закинула.
It's
Ого. Ты,
and
по-моему,
diesel side as well.
Setting up the crane has eaten up precious time. The race is on
Вот
to
это
clear the
то.
road.
Ё-моё.
Very still.
Ну, здорово. Че комната?
There's over 29
Ё-моё.
from acres of
Выход
feather rolls
на
to
улицу.
luxury goods. It's a huge amount to ship, and the weather is
Туалет?
This is the only winter we've got of clear weather to get it done. Feeling that we'll be working in a blizzard.
А, ресепшн, регистрация.
They've lost nearly an hour and a half unloading already.
Пала, да?
Heavy snow on its way, the pressure
Вали.
is mounting.
Ну, просто...
Now, starting to lose a bit like.
А, да
The
вали.
temperature is dropping. I can feel the temperature dropping now. And if the snow
О,
goes
да это даже пушутой. Ё-моё, фу. Огромное, ого. Вот это, блин, здоровое. Размеры... А, ну, два. Тут двойной, как в той был. Ну, тут,
They haven't finished on
ё-моё, ну, огромное. О,
fast. Kevin decides to prep the truck,
и снаружи куча работы.
but the icy conditions.
Белой. Видно было издалека. Это, ого. Тут проходит.
They've got half an hour to hit the deadline.
Вот завален мусором.
And they still have 7 crates to move.
This way, that's it.
And the pallets just keep on coming.
Кстати, не занесу. Да, больница. А, это въезд машины.
74?
Скоро. А, конечно, понял, что это. Нападение заберей.
Kevin is supposed to
Вот он и
renegotiate
куча мусора.
at 9:30 p.m.
А так зомби была.
Done basically as unloaded by hand.
But by 8:30 they are still unloading. And time is running out.
We've got the piece of cable 1 hour left because I need to get the load over. It needs to be
С уборкой на территории.
ASAP.
Мусор.
How many got?
Работу вот тут будет долго. Я не помню, дофига.
Three in the front. Oh, I'm going to do this schedule here. I just want to get onto it, rinse it over, rinse it out, load it up, and throw it away.
In Northumberland,
А вот это уже круто, наконец-то.
skidded off the
Здорово. Потому что меньше было. А это... За уборкой
It's 8:30
территории.
p.m. and a team of heavy recovery specialists are battling to rescue the truck before they are battered by a blizzard. After 7 hours
Ah,
of
that's-
loading,
that's
the police
подвала.
have been forced to keep the road closed so the team can finish the job.
Right, this is the last pallet coming out now, so I'm going
Сейчас
to
если все убрать, ну,
sorted out, ready for Tuesday. Now it's finished with you, man. Finally, go. That's a this.
And we're moving the crane out of the way. And move the start on so we get the ring out in.
And I'm going to get that back on its feet.
It's not too long there, ready, because it's going to come round.
Oh, well, then let's get this story over.
Now, the
Yeah.
team can do what they do best. They position 2 30-ton recovery trucks to reach the lorry back onto the road.
Any other ones?
It's a race against the elements.
What's that possibly happen now? As it starts smooth.
вот, не надо
The
менять.
stage is to attach the cables
Ah,
on
blin,
the truck to the upturned lorry. These twisted steel lines can take loads of up to 25 tons each.
I'm putting these on so the rope comes down across and up to the truck, so pulling the truck down, which allows the truck to come up. Just try pulling it across it, which is slide across.
Precision is crucial. If Kevin hasn't attached the cables correctly or worked out the loads accurately, it could have lethal consequences.
They don't operate at it. Cause a lot of damage because you get the rope chopped in the snap the rope. And if the rope snaps on one of these, there's a lot of weight. Could decapitate a person instantly.
But the dark and icy conditions make placing it difficult.
Just about 18 tons as it is now. I need it so the hooks fell out.
There is a possibility it could go back up, obviously, with the gradient on the hill and the snow. You know, things could start slipping. But we'll just have to prevent that when we keep close sighted.
The 10-strong team have worked for 8 hours in bitter temperatures.
That's not taking me here.
At last, they're going for a lift.
This is the bit I want to be doing. This is the enjoyable bit of the job.
As the cables tighten, everyone holds their breath.
А, все эти двери менять. Сейчас снаружи надо сделать. Ох, тут работы еще, да работы много. Что мусора жесть, блин.
say it's going to go very, very slack in a second. There you go. How easy was that? Another one takes it, those steps. That was great, huh? Absolutely brilliant. 8 hours no load, 15 minutes for back on the
А теперь мусор.
We went for a hot bath. And we hopped up. Oh, mate, man, honestly. Everything around us, Chris white with snow and it's cold. 40 degrees in the hot tub. It's like, boiling the tap, you're a partner.
Stand clear.
It's time for the final push, or in this case, pull.
Bits of fence coming out of it.
By the time the team haul the lorry back on the road, it's almost 11.
Look tricky, like, but obviously at the point of no return, but it's out now. Gonna hook up, get everything up, get home, taking scones.
It took 10 hours of hard graft, but they've done it.
I think it went alright. Apart from the unload, the bit was I take it up, but the recovery itself was nice, easy, straightforward job.
Ready for me, Fred. Bollocks for the hot tub.
It's not just the north that is suffering sub-zero temperatures. Further south, traffic is grinding to a halt as heavy snow batters the entire British Isles.
Britain's landscape looks majestic from the air, but the wintry conditions and freezing temperatures are holding much of the country in an icy grip.
When the temperatures plummet, the RAC's call-outs can double.
Do you need to go out tonight? I won't bother.
Through the bitter winter months, their patrols will help over 1 million stranded motorists. Just outside Leeds in Yorkshire, Richard Flynn is bracing himself for the extreme conditions.
It dipped to about -6, -8 last night, so pretty cold. Very foggy today, visibility's down, the roads are really
А теперь уже госпиталь. Это точно благородный капец.
Last year, nearly
Сейчас
4,000
порядок
drivers
навести
were
на
injured
территории.
after losing control on Finsbury Road.
If you hit ice and then hit the brakes, you basically should have to
Надо полностью вычищать этот мусор.
terrifying really.
And most cars aren't equipped with tyres to cope.
So, that they don't.
This driver is helpless on a slippery slope.
All you need to do is keep your hand steering as a pull.
That was a quick fix. Others aren't quite so lucky. All around the country, patrols are doing everything they can to get to stranded customers. In Norfolk, where 8 inches of snow have fallen in just a few hours,
Oh, that's no change, I think.
even seasoned patrolmen like Trevor Spong is covering.
Quick with the instructions. Sorry, track, what's that mean? Don't attend to trash, thank you. Not too many. Ah, look, we've got pictures there. Pictures is good. Ah. Keep with, read the instructions.
As Trevor hits the road with his brand new snow chains,
10 minutes, I've got these, really.
another van is snowbound
What is the track from?
and resorts to desperate measures.
It's embarrassing getting towed now, you see, but it means you get there.
Across the other side of the country in Bath, the snow has crippled the city.
This
Kevin Andrews has received a call from a lone woman stranded in a freezing car park.
What seems to be the problem? Oh. Okay, alright, well we'll see what we can do and get you back on the tarmac, okay? Thank you now, bye bye. Right, Lansdowne is right on top of the hill, so the snow's going to be quite deep up there, so...
О, то внутри уже. Ясно.
Should be alright.
After a 12-hour shift in punishingly cold temperatures, he's hoping this will be a quick job.
All the cars has been left, all white. Silver course. Silver course, all white. I know she's there. It's starting to snow as well.
I'm gonna get home. No idea. I don't like being stuck in snow. First time being stuck in snow as well. I had to call my boyfriend, my dad, to come out and help me, and none of them could come out.
Hello. How you doing, okay? Good. Stuck. Let's have a look then. You stuck as well? Let me get you some laid out first and I'll give you a hand, okay? Right.
With no traction, Kevin decides they need some muscle.
How about you give me a push and I'll give you a push. Is that alright?
Yeah. Oh, fantastic. We go home and have a hot bath now.
There you go, there's your keys. Listen, I'm gonna stay security, okay? Alright, take it. Yeah, something to get there. That's not, oops, you okay? That's not the way I want to go, but there you go, no problem. Cheers, bye-bye. Just take it steady, okay? Cheers, man. Bye-bye.
That's two stranded motorists back on the road.
Just done. Go. Next one.
But he may have spoken too soon.
Yeah, no problem. Yeah. Oh, you want to go trying to get it out? Okay. Jump in the shovel, I think.
Kevin rides the rescue for a third time.
No problem. I'm going to put one with us and you're going to put that out. I think. Now it's getting cold. Just do one lap of the car park, make sure it's okay. And I think we'll head off home. There you go.
It looks like Kevin's car park crusade isn't over yet.
Before I disappear, do you want to make sure you can get out? Yeah. Right safely again.
Time to pack away the shovel for good.
Jump on this. Come on.
А, ну блокировано.
Or maybe.
What? Deep room what? I can just get some connected, can't There you go. Okay? No problem. Here then, bye-bye. Only what? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7,
I'll give that 40 cars to go. A long ride. Coming up, as the UK is battered by more blizzards, the heavy recovery specialists are stretched to the limit.
I'm sure we're going to have to go across the dams out.
The remote communities of northern Scotland are linked by over 4,000 miles of dangerous roads that snake through the mountains. Every winter, the Highland Council wages war with the elements. Their army of gritters and plough drivers face snow, sleet and gale force winds to keep the roads open. All around everyone in the Cairngorm Mountains, snowstorms are in full force.
Just around freezing this morning, Met Office have issued under weather warnings for snow today across Highland and Brampton in North.
All areas affected by sub-zero temperatures.
Nie, to tylko переключаюсь. А, и тут.
59-year-old snowplow driver Donny Smith is hard at work. Most days he clears 150 miles of road, and every route is a lifeline to communities that live there.
There's a lot of families live down around this road, so, you know, they need access. Every road's a must.
Over the last 48 hours, a blizzard has raged across the mountains.
Started to get bad Monday afternoon, Monday evening, and then yesterday was the horrendous wind and drifting. That was causing the problems. The road we're on at the moment was shut for a while yesterday morning because of drifting snow, and even last night there were a car or two stuck in it.
In some places, the drifts are 6 foot deep, but Donny has one of the best weapons in the council's arsenal at his disposal.
The plough I have in the front is a V plough. It's normally the ones we run about with are slashed and thrown into the snow. It's scraper blades we call them. Heavy stone you're pushing, it can just slide you right off the road. So the V plough is a lot easier to push in deep snow than the scraper is.
The V-plough slices through the deep powder, pushing the excess snow to both sides. But as Donny rounds a bend, he hits a huge 6-foot drift that even the plough can't tackle.
So that's deep snow. You got stuck.
The plough is wedged between 2 banks of hard-packed snow. He can't go forward, and he can't go back. It's in a dangerous spot. On the other side, there is a 10-foot drop into a field.
Я уже, как это значит, леса. Высоковато.
Donny tries to dig out his 26-ton gritter.
I'm trying to get some salt under the road. See if that'll help us. Get a bit of traction.
But with a heavy plough, the truck is front-loaded. And the back wheels can't get a grip despite the salt. Donny's in a tight spot. He's got 100 miles of road to clear, and he's over 10 miles from base. This is a snowplow driver's worst nightmare. The snow is so deep and solid that the only option is to call for help.
I can ring the horse, so I'm stuck at the horse. I can't get back and forward. There's a straight keep on one side. I don't want to try too much in case it goes to the side, you know.
All Donny can do now is wait. At last, help is at hand in the form of a digger.
This is the first time since 2010, I think. I hope it's the last. There's a time wasted. It's the worst of it. Obviously, when I get back to the yard, when I get back to base, I'll get some stick about it. Because I think I'm going to first off the road this winter. Some of the snow away from the side.
Veteran digger driver Jim likes a challenge.
We'll give that a try and see how it goes.
Before he can get to the snowplow, he has to clear several tons of snow.
Mechanical digger got hopefully clear the area into the back of me. And some along this deep stuff at the side. I'll hook the chain here, just assist me back.
After an hour of groundwork, they have enough space to attempt to tow.
The edge is the biggest worry. Because it's a narrow road, you know, we don't want if you see them go onto the edge of the edge.
Juste mon rideau wow.
But at the moment, all wheels are on the cars. It should be alright. The team should be able to keep it this way.
Zaniato, że...
But the
Zaniato
three
to do
times the weight of the digger, they can only hope there's enough grit.
There's a lot of stuff on below. There's a camera here there. Jimmy's about to start, and he's going to pull me with his back after with hydraulics, and hopefully, if Jim's machine can get a hold of the road, that'll take me back.
The icy road surface and the colossal weight of the plough leave the wheels of the digger fighting for grip.
It's Lisa.
It's also working, it's sliding forward, so it's trying to reposition itself. It can get another grip, that's how we're not going anywhere.
And balanced on the edge of the bank, the digger has no room to maneuver.
Idzie w tę stronę.
10 wheels working together and a quarter of a ton of grit, there's traction.
Right, I'll be down here, Jim, done.
It's good to have you.
You like it?
Alright.
To get out, it's a bit of relief to know that we can get carry on with the goods.
Krótko. Żeby już
The bitter winter weather turns the country's roads into ice fields.
Ja.
In the south of the UK, lorries are suffering the consequences. And it's up to the heavy recovery experts to pick up the pieces.
There's a chance of some more snow showers this afternoon. There's also a warning of treacherous conditions on many roads as compacted snow turns to ice.
It's been snowing steadily for hours. 49-year-old Jason Beals of CMG Rescue Services is on his way to help a young lorry driver who was skidded into a ditch on a remote country lane.
You can see lane 3 now. It's got snow on it, so that's going to soon become impassable. Just seeing snow go the other way, putting more salt down.
The driver has been waiting for hours in the icy cold, but getting there might prove difficult.
-2 at the moment is the temperature. The road's getting quite slippery now, so it's got to go nice and steady, and until we get there we won't actually know the full extent of the problem. So it's just a matter of getting there and then have a look and assess the situation.
The truck is jammed against a tree on a steep hill.
What's happening, mate?
It's sort of come up there. It was pretty bad slide up here when I come. I couldn't get up this hill either. And then as I've sort of come up, I've just sort of drifted over on the off-camber road. Sort of caught on a tree as well.
Delivering essential coal to remote homes, he's been caught out by the heavy snowfall.
There'll be a lot of people without coal. Probably freezing like we are, to be fair.
Just have a look. Obviously, the biggest problem is getting down the sun. We'll put some snow chains on the truck. Yeah. Rather than back down this, and not back down. Just give it a wind chill. Doesn't appear to be damage, and we'll go away.
While Jason sets to work, the young driver is struck by a sense of deja vu.
I had an accident here 4 years ago when I passed my test. It's that tree over there. And I'm sure it was in the coming up with 4 years ago. There he is again, same spot.
Jason can't do a straight tow because the truck is wedged against a tree. So he needs to find a way to pull it to the side and drag the vehicle loose.
We put the strap around the tree to pull the vehicle away from the major tree that it's leaning against. But we'll start pulling and see what happens.
It's a gamble. At any moment, the 7.5-ton load could snap the trunk.
Then make it pull with the yellow winch, which is taking the main weight, and then the tree is just give it that little bit of help that it needs just to give it a little pull.
In the freezing temperatures, it feels painstakingly slow, but eventually, the winch does the job.
Looking good now. It's almost off the road, so we'll get close to the truck.
With a helping hand from Mother Nature.
Tree's withstood it.
Now the truck is on an even footing. It's a straightforward tow to the top of the hill.
We're out the water to the mate, yeah.
We've got the snow chains on, so we should get plenty of grip. Once we're top of the hill, we can then go on his way himself.
After a delay of a few hours,
We're away now.
it looks like the locals will get their evening supply of coal after all.
Well, it doesn't seem to be easing off. Seems to be snowing quite hard now. So I'm sure we're going to have a few more problems before the day's out.
Sure enough, Jason is called to another job, one of the biggest he's had this winter. A huge 16-ton lorry has crashed off a busy B road. Jason's going to need more than a tree to get this one.
It's rolled over into a farmer's field on a bad bend. Everything else that we've done in the snow, it's just been small 7.5-ton vehicles at the moment, but this is a larger articulated vehicle, a little bit more of a challenge.
The police have cordoned off the crash site. The driver has escaped unharmed. Operations Director Mark Cowan is already on the scene.
What we've got is we've got an Arctic that's come round the early hours this morning, down to make the corner, gone across the verge, through the hedge and laid itself on the side. In the snow, this is the biggest job we've had.
They brought in 2 recovery trucks to tackle the job.
He should be able to see it.
But the conditions are not ideal. The lorry is on a dangerous blind bend,
It's a road though, and somebody comes steaming round there.
and the surfaces are very slippery. Closing the road is a top priority.
At the moment, we're in the hands of the police before they can get here to give us some road closures. If we get into a bit of a problem, and we don't get much notice with the orange lights, whereas everyone always slows down and looks at the blue light.
The police are flat out dealing with other accidents across the county. Mark must choose: recover in daylight with no police protection, or wait and have to recover the HGV in the dark.
We've got to put the van on the apex of the bend, give us some protection. It's that slower road. Control the traffic ourselves rather than cover the vehicle.
It's a calculated risk, but they don't have the option of waiting around.
We're going to use the drag winch in the rear, and we're going to the back of the truck. We're going to swing the rotate around to the front of the truck, check all the cables, and then we're going to right it onto its wheels.
The cables could snap.
Coming up around the point of non-return. That should get down nice and steady.
Блин, сложно уже.
Like that.
Работа была еще. Ой, да, здорово.
And now they face the real challenge.
Тут, по-моему, 2 или 3 этажа. Если по окнам 3.
We've just rigged the back.
Трехэтажное здорово. Ну пипец, ну размера. Это пошитой. Ребят, вот это предыдущее. Ну просто меньше было. А вот это уже больница. Он въезд туда. Скоро заезжает и уже пострадавший. Сзади.
Yeah. Okay, do you want me to hook on it? Just hook on the trailer, just put it this way, touch.
Ну это что надо же этот. Стены, двери. Окна, тут вход. Тут.
Halfway up, the lorry is balanced dangerously over the bank. One wrong maneuver could send it crashing back down the slope. In Oxfordshire, a heavy recovery crew are struggling in icy conditions to rescue a large lorry. It's teetering on the edge of a steep bank. They need to secure it fast, so the team rush to attack fully.
Last part of the recovery out, we're going to lift the front out of the ditch and then the whole thing's coming out onto the road.
The lorry is edging closer to the road and closer to the threat of passing cars. Just in time, there's some welcome backup.
Now the police here, it just makes it easier. We're not having to watch what's going on with the traffic control, so it's one less thing that we have to worry about with the police being here.
О, уже.
It's vital
Правильно.
to get this
Ну, все нравится.
They need to get the truck back on the road in good order.
Все было вообще пафосно уже. И там, ну, цветы, двери поставить нормальные.
The rain is lifting the 8-ton cab over the lip of the van.
Вот это, блин, хроматит. Я же я даже не буду.
If it slips now, it can cause more serious.
Вот она хроматит.
While one another stabilizes the back of the vehicle and they bring their lorry safely to the town.
Hopefully that's a beat now. So I can get ourselves something on the way back. Hopefully the cab will catch up.
In the last 24 hours, the company have tackled 291 jobs. It's been the busiest day of the year. But Jason and Mark's experience has carried them through.
I've done this one way or another since I was knee-high to a grasshopper. It's a hard job. It's a rewarding job. It's probably the best job I've ever had and ever will have.
Across the country, drivers have been warned to be on their guard for ice.
While most of the British Isles is gripped by the Big Three,
Britons aren't out in force across all borders. The message is clear: do not travel unless absolutely necessary.
just outside Bournemouth on the south coast, the rain is forecast to turn to snow. 25-year-old Louise French is one of only 2 women on patrol.
It is pretty much every job somebody says, oh, you're a woman, and it's... and then you get used to.
But Louise hasn't always been a rescue driver.
I used to work in a head injury unit. I wanted to be a nurse, but it just wasn't for me, and then I like being hands-on and outside, so this is perfect, really.
It's late afternoon, and the mercury is falling fast.
Snow! It's snowing! At midday, it was tipping it down with rain. It got to sleep. So when the roads are wet, they could become quite slippery, because obviously the temperature is going to drop as well. It's almost like driving on ice.
Every year there are over 9,500 accidents on slippery roads. With the rush hour approaching and the winter light fading, conditions are exceptionally dangerous.
It's now coming down quite heavy.
And on a busy A road, Louise's worst fears are realised.
Looks like somebody's come off their motorbike. I'm just going to stop, make sure they're okay.
Is anyone calling the police yet?
A 19-year-old driver has lost control on a bike and collided with a bollard.
What's your name? Kieran?
Kieran is conscious but seriously injured.
Sorry, it's an umbrella over you there, alright?
Louise gets him stable and calls his next of kin.
He hit a traffic island. He's hurt his shoulder bone.
He's in a dangerous place, lying inches from oncoming traffic. With no other rescue services on site, Louise takes charge.
Because I've got quite a bit of gear on my van, I always stop and help because with the flashing lights below, it makes people a bit more aware something's going on.
The ambulance is due at any moment. Louise needs to clear some space for it to get in, but she notices a major problem.
Kill switch hadn't been hit on the bike, so you can smell the fuel. So it's just...
One spark could send the bike up in flames. Louise works fast to get the bike off the road and contain the spill.
I get from the ambulance now. You're alright. Right, they're here now, so that's good. They're really quick. This is Kieran. Island. Motorbike, I've just moved it over there to the middle of the road. Can you just stop it while you get the bed out? Stop the car behind there. This proves how dangerous it is when it rains and then snows on top. So this poor lad lost grip on his bike and his visor flapped up so you couldn't see where he was going. Hopefully he'll be alright.
With a suspected broken collarbone and a badly bashed knee, it looks like Kieran has had a narrow escape.
He was very lucky that he didn't end up in front of another car from in the opposite direction. So, yeah, he's a lucky lad.
Doors gone missing. It's a massive shock. How can you do that if someone would do this?
It was like a war zone. Rampant floodwater, terrifying storms, and treacherous roads.
It scares the living daylights out of me.
This winter has seen vast stretches of the country submerged. That is some of the worst weather on record.
A great slice of it fell into the water, and we hightailed it out of there.
From the breakdown patrols who work around the clock to help out stranded motorists,
There's a proper rescue mission going on here.
It's getting pretty desperate now.
to the heavy recovery specialists who pick up the pieces when disaster strikes.
3-1, truck nil.
These are the everyday heroes who come to the rescue when Britain gets flooded. This week, Storm Desmond crashes onto UK shores, dumping 12 inches of rain over northern England. Breakdown services are called to a village in Lancashire to help a driver in peril.
It's been raining for days and days and days. We were family last night. The birds in the banks and my village is flooded.
The community is cut in two when the powerful floods swamp a small town in North Yorkshire.
To actually see that bridge go really made me shake.
And up in Scotland, recovery specialists race to a horrifying accident caused by the torrential rain.
The
No, it's went right on his roof next to the railway track.
This winter looks set to be the wettest ever. Record-breaking amounts of rain fell across the UK in December, bringing much of the country to its knees. The RAC have had one of their busiest winters in history. Their 1,500 patrol vans rescue 4 motorists every minute. It's the height of the winter floods, and the RAC are receiving a deluge of emergency calls. 1 every 2 seconds.
It is quite busy this morning. If we do experience any delays, then we will let you know. Are you in a safe location?
And they've just been looking at some response time for you now.
Call handler Jenny has never seen it so busy.
The storm hit here and just spread right across. As you can imagine, we've got people stranded to get there. They're risking their lives to get out to the vehicles to assist to get the members as free as we possibly can.
Are you safe where you're located?
You have people in tears, panicking, shouting, crying, every situation you can possibly get. But our job is to look at each call and to reassure customers that we're getting there as quickly as we can.
County have been devastated yet again by heavy rain and flooding.
It's December, and the UK is being blasted by 75-mile-per-hour winds and torrential rain as storms cause widespread flooding across the country.
More rain is to come. Up to 40 millimetres is forecast throughout this evening, and every river in Lancashire has exceeded record levels.
In Worley, a small village just outside Blackburn, a call for help has come through from a stranded local. Patrolman Malcolm is en route, but he's struggling in the fierce conditions.
We're on an amber weather warning again for rain, so it's still quite bad. You see that there's a lot of floods in the field and a lot of standing water in the Park Road and Motorway. The danger of a lot of flooded roads, flooded areas, potentially other vehicles active raining on the road. It's a bad day when you've got to put your wellies on first job in the morning, so it's not good out there, it's grim.
As Malcolm gets to the outskirts of Worley, disaster strikes.
I don't believe it. Me off and just one second.
It's not looking good. Protective cover shielding the engine from the elements has been ripped off.
I did the pulled off one that's that's the picture of the floods. It runs down, brings down little twigs and sticks and branches with it. You can't really see it. So it's be careful whilst you're going through floods.
Malcolm checks there's no serious damage. He can't hang around. He needs to get a move on. And as he finally gets through to Worley, he gets his first glimpse of the devastation left by Storm Desmond.
There's a lot of water bubbling through the surface, and some manhole covers, it's actually coming through the manhole covers, and the potential for the manhole covers will lift up.
Initially, I was in shock, but you go into survival mode and you see that sort of thing. You focus on what needs to be done. Yeah, it was like a war zone, to be fair.
The River Calder, which runs through the village, has burst its banks, leaving cars abandoned and drivers marooned.
Words can't describe the horror that people, the look in their face, the horror they had, the confusion perhaps in some cases. It was just devastation, really.
As soon as he pulls up, Malcolm's asked to move by the emergency services who are fighting to save the village.
That's it. You couldn't do it forward again for the top.
As Malcolm gets out of his van, he's immediately approached by a desperate woman looking for help. Her car is down at the bottom of the hill in the town centre. It's almost completely submerged.
I had to there on Friday when we were going out and just came back. We were going to come and pick it up this morning, but
unfortunately it's already underwater, so
yeah.
we
We're supposed to go to the family party and stuff, and I'm just like, right, okay.
Their car was one of the 4 vehicles that we've seen that haven't been made out of the village. So they've asked what they can do. Obviously, unfortunately, the water is above the front of the vehicle.
Malcolm can't get near the stricken car. He's stuck in the deepest part of the flooded high street. It would be far too risky for anyone to attempt to rescue him. But hopefully he can help Worley resident Richard who's desperate to flee the worsening disaster.
It's been raining for days and days and days, and then finally last night, the first the banks, and the river just flooding. No traffic in and around this side.
Yeah, I've seen the river storm before, I've never seen it out just like that.
It's just immensely powerful, this river. People are being evacuated from their homes. Yeah, it's a proper rescue mission going on here.
Malcolm gets to work on Richard's car. Fortunately, there's no lasting damage, but with the incessant rain making the floods worse by the hour, there's no way of escape.
So we're ready to move, but the road's closed down there, the road's closed there. The only way you're going to get out is the old road up on the hill. So we're not going to go anywhere now.
Luckily for Malcolm, his van has enough ground clearance to get through the floods, but not before he spots another potential customer.
It's people not driving with due care attention really is the biggest problem that I'd be worried about.
Oh, I don't believe he's going through it. I don't believe it. What's he doing?
It's something I'll never forget. The experience I experienced there, the rushing water, the people running around, the look of terror on their face. I hope I never see the like of it again.
25 miles away in West Yorkshire, the roads in the village of Mithenroyd have been turned into raging rapids. The floodwater has swamped everything in its path. John Hatton is visiting Mithenroyd and begins filming the carnage.
The river Calder was ripping apart the high street. It was evil.
As emergency crews evacuate homes and businesses, the surging river has swept up a car in its ferocious course.
Through a gap in the houses, we could see a Land Rover. And it was floating. It was floating backwards down the main road. As soon as the wheels lost contact with the road, it becomes a boat. No matter what it does then, it's just at the mercy of the river.
But it's even worse than John can imagine. The driver's trapped inside, and there seems to be no way of escape. Britain is in chaos. Storms are battering the country into submission. Trains have been cancelled, and planes grounded as the worst winter rains in history continue to cause havoc. In the Yorkshire village of Mithenroyd, John Hatton is filming a disaster play out right before his eyes. A driver is trapped inside a Land Rover and could be swept away by the relentless floodwater at any moment.
We thought, I wonder if that's really someone in there that has been caught by the flood and taken away. We couldn't probably physically open the Land Rover doors with the force of the water.
With freezing cold water rising inside the vehicle, the man is in real danger of drowning.
The scariest part about watching it was the feeling that there was absolutely nothing we could do. I thought this could turn out really, really poor for whoever was in the vehicle.
The water is just minutes away from completely submerging the car and covering the sunroof, cutting off the driver's only chance of escape.
It wasn't really possible to get out of it at the speed of the water that was rushing past him.
The emergency services are stretched to breaking point, but with not a moment to spare, rescuers arrive.
The rescue guys came in from the London Bridge direction. Fearlessness that they managed to show in clambering on top of that land. It was throwing it down. The top of the vehicle must have been slippery as hell. One slip, and they'd have been in the river. There's no way that you could have survived in the corner at that point. No way at all. I can only say that they were the bravest guys that I've seen for many a long year.
But it seems like the driver's refusing to leave the stricken vehicle.
It was obvious that the rescuers on the top of the vehicle were having a job persuading him to get out. there was debris roaring past there at a tremendous rate of knots. There's no way that you'd be able to survive. It was scary.
Battling against the powerful current, the rescuers bravely dragged the sopping wet driver out from the doomed vehicle.
We stood in awe, really, of what was unfolding in front of us. If it wasn't for the bravery of the rescue team, it might have been a very different time.
Thinking of taking him to the ambulance at the far end.
We heard later that they'd airlifted him to hospital where he was suffering from hypothermia. It was quite a dramatic experience, I tell you.
As Storm Desmond thunders across the country, it's leaving a trail of destruction in its wake. The sheer weight of water dumped on northern England is threatening the infrastructure of many rural areas. One of the places worst affected is Tadcaster near York. The bustling market town lies on both sides of the River Wharfe, and as floodwaters have risen, the pressure on the bridge which connects this rural community has become too much. The bridge has collapsed, splitting the town in two. Emergency services and the army have rushed to the aid of the community. Tadcaster resident Angela watched the bridge crumble into the river.
You could hear the concrete that held it together dropping, and then it got louder and louder, and it was the bricks that was dropping from the bridge into the water, and then a great slice of it fell into the water, sending like a tidal wave up to the bank, and then there was a smell of gas, and we hightailed it out of there.
The floods have brought a new level of chaos.
So I am shocked with it all, because to actually see that bridge go really made me shake.
Local businessman Melvin was watching on from just outside his furniture store.
They're like a big gushing noise, and these are gas pipes which are underneath, which fall into the river now. I do believe the telephone wires are in there as well. Instantly, there was a big smell of gas, so the people were in charge of the job down here, so we've all to move back quickly. Quite scary, a lot of people like really jumping back from it.
The gas leak has been dealt with, but the reverberations of the collapse will be felt by everyone in Tadcaster. The bridge is the only road connecting the community.
I mean, I live at that side of the bridge. I was to travel all the way down here, 65 and come back and get to my business.
It's an old bridge, it's a lovely bridge, it's history and it's going. And if they haven't had enough destruction in the town with the flood has now taken our bridge away as well.
This town is now used, divided in half.
This is the tough winter we faced, with all the rain and then the bridge going. You can't get any tougher, surely.
The following morning, the sunlight reveals the sheer devastation caused by the rapid swollen river. Volunteers from across the country have arrived to try and get the community back on its feet.
We've come up for good to help out with anything that the community needs. So at the moment we're clearing up the contaminated sands, which is down to to stop any biohazards from the river.
Environment Secretary Liz Truss has been parachuted in from Westminster. The government have pledged over £3 million to rebuild the bridge.
This just shows the enormity of what's happening across Yorkshire. And I'm here today to make sure that we get this bridge back up and running as soon as we can.
Until the repairs are made, residents like Angela will have to join forces to help each other out.
The lovely ladies and Tadcaster will be coming down, preparing, actually cooking food for all the troops. Also the residents who can't get in houses when they're evacuated. The local supermarkets have donated 4 vans full of clean drinking water, and also got donated gloves, which is very important. Somebody donated these shovels, which we're going to need for cleaning the dirty debris from the roads and footpaths. So they're really good things to have. You know, it's such a disaster, something good's coming out of this, people are getting together and it's brilliant. It's actually amazing. witnessed community coming together before. They're a resilient one. It's amazing to see.
It's a long road to recovery, but with the whole of Tadcaster working together, the town will soon be back on its feet. High winds and torrential rain are continuing to cause chaos across the country. A flood of emergency calls are streaming into RAC HQ. With so many people in need of help, they have to prioritise who is most at risk.
Because you're broken down on the motorway, you are classed as highest priority. If ever you break down on the motorway, you get out of the vehicle. It can be -10, it can be pouring down with rain. You must never ever sit in the vehicle. It is such a dangerous place to break down.
On the M62 in Lancashire, flatbed recovery driver Stuart has just received one of those emergency priority calls. A woman has broken down on the hard shoulder. Visibility for drivers is low as the winter rain hammers down. She's in a highly dangerous situation.
Hello, it's Stuart, RAC Recovery. Is it just yourself in the vehicle?
It is, yeah.
No problem, I should be with you in the next 30 minutes. The lady on the motorway at this moment who's broken down will be feeling a little bit vulnerable. Their safety, that's the first thing that comes into my mind. I want to get there quickly and get them away from that hard shoulder because it's not a nice environment at all.
Stuart is aware of just how deadly the hard shoulder can be.
There are historically some cases of people being injured and even fatality on the side of the motorway.
It's the fast-moving 40-ton lorries that pose the highest risk.
It's hard to understand until you're actually there just what it feels like with a vehicle rushing past you.
Stuart spotted the stranded woman standing metres from the main carriage. Attempting to fix the car here is just too dangerous. Stuart needs to load it onto his truck fast.
I'm looking to get that vehicle up onto my vehicle as quickly as possible so I can get the lady into my cab where it will be warm. Alright.
He gets straight to work.
So what's yourself to move across a bit?
Stuart's life is in danger. Lorries fly by just inches away from him.
A lot of traffic passing by. You want to keep an eye on it? It only takes a second of someone not concentrating for it to become a real problem. So you've constantly got to be aware.
It's been a terrifying wait for Joanne. Working rapidly in the high-pressure situation, Stuart gets the car loaded up within minutes. And Joanne's soon safely in the recovery truck, free from harm.
It's frightening. I think it's just the truck's crashing, obviously. When you're in a little car like mine as well and it's rocking about, you don't stop me update the car, so I did climb over and went as far as the truck. So
You did exactly the right thing. You got up to lead it. I didn't know what it was.
yeah, very glad to see him.
I should be able to see the river and the road, but the two have merged and water's up to 6 foot deep in some places.
Up in Scotland, the rain has hit worse than anywhere else in the UK. This winter, over 13 inches of water have flooded the roads in the wettest December in the country's history. Heavy haulage recovery firm Barry Devlin Services are on high alert and ready to roll when disaster strikes. Recovery expert Bobby has been rescuing drivers for 12 years. He's never seen the roads this bad.
This year, there have been places flooded that I don't remember flooding before. I would say this is the wettest winter I can remember in Britain.
It's New Year's Eve, but Bobby and workmate Ross aren't in the mood for celebrating just yet. A call has just come in detailing a terrifying car crash on the A736, about 15 miles southwest of Glasgow.
It's supposed to be doing a 20-foot embankment off-road on its roof. It's quite near a railway bridge, so we need to see how near it is to the railway line.
They never quite know what they're going to find until they arrive. The car could be on the railway tracks. Lives could be at risk.
So we're just looking about, there's the police sitting there, so the car should be along here somewhere.
And as they arrive, it doesn't look good. The car is on its roof, right next to the busy train, forcing many families to evacuate their homes. In Scotland, Devlin recovery workers Bobby and Ross have just arrived at the scene of a terrifying car crash caused by the localised flooding and saturated roads.
The police sitting there, so the car should be along here somewhere. So we need to obviously get the police to do the road traffic control for us, because it's just off a bend. There's a right on his roof next to the railway track.
Worryingly, the driver is nowhere to be seen, and the car is in a precarious position right next to the live railway track. Bobby and Ross can only speculate on how the crash may have happened.
Possibly came run off the bridge, because you can see on the other side of the road there, he's taken out the two signs. Looks as if he's come right across the road, out through the fence, and down the bank, rolled over on his roof. He's sitting with his roof sitting on the bank on the other side. It's just a result of the rain we've had.
They need to get the car moved as soon as they can. It's been raining all week, but fortunately today there's been a break in the relentless weather.
At least it's a bit drier than yesterday. That would have been full of water yesterday. And the ground's a bit boggy and slippy. It's just due to the conditions of the heavy rain we've had this last couple of days. I'm just glad it wasn't yesterday, because I can imagine we'd have been up past our knees in water if it had been yesterday. But it's very slippy and you've just got to watch what you're doing.
The police have closed the road so the boys can crack on. First things first, they need to flip the car back onto its wheels.
I'm going to put the dry hooks onto the top side, the wishbone, that will then bring the car over onto its wheels, hopefully drag it a bit closer, and then we should hopefully be able to lift it.
The heavy-duty crane arm makes light work of flipping the small car over. But now comes the tricky bit.
Put the handbrake on, stick it in the gear off.
The car is secure for now, but they still need to work out how to lift it out of the waterlogged ditch. Just like Scotland, it's also been the wettest December on record for Wales, where the rains have come tumbling down from the mountains and flooded the valleys below. With narrow single-track roads connecting local communities, standing floodwater is completely cutting people off from family, friends, and getting to and from. Patrolman Rob covers the rural villages across North Wales that have been tormented by Storm Desmond, with 12 inches of rain dumped into the valleys over the past month.
For about 8 weeks it's been pretty much non-stop rain. This is one of the main roads to the next village from the A5, and you can see it's cut off now from this direction because the river's burst its banks. There's still somebody trying to get through the floodwater. I'm just going to sit here for a couple of minutes just to see whether he makes it. Yeah, he's almost through now, so I haven't got to get wet. And so this continues throughout the day, and this will flood the A5 well. So yeah, it's getting pretty desperate now.
Rob's received news that a Royal Mail van has got stranded in deep floodwater on the single-track road. He doesn't know what to expect when he arrives. The driver could be trapped in the vehicle. Just reaching the van, though, is going to be difficult. The treacherous terrain is proving to be extremely hazardous.
This road that we're trying to get is flooded, and it's the only way we can get around to this job without doing about a 35-mile detour. All the walls are down, trees down, gates down. You know, it gets pretty hair-raising sometimes. We still get people trying to drive through floodwater and thinking the cars are submarines, you know. That half-mile the wheel so far. So, really any deeper than that, you're going to ask for trouble. Obviously, I've probably got up to this Royal Mail van this morning.
Rob is doing his best to get to the van as soon as possible, but it's taken almost an hour for him just to navigate his way through the waterlogged country lanes. He's hoping the driver will be safe when he arrives, but in fact the postman is nowhere to be seen.
I'm
postman, but keys, this is a bonus. Yeah, he's obviously got water in the intake on the engine. He has potentially done some damage to this engine. Probably this engine will be scrapped or bent a con rod on the engine itself. So all I'm going to do, just to see if it will clear the water from it, and it might start on 3 cylinders, but if it doesn't, we'll have to pull it out of water. As you can hear, it's trying, but I think he's killed it.
Rob doesn't want to get stuck in the deep flood water himself, as he can't just leave the van here. It's blocking the main road between 2 villages. He's going to need help to tow it.
Can't get round to the front of this vehicle, so I'm going to either have to attempt to drag it out backwards, which means somebody's sitting in the vehicle. So I'm going to have to try and flag somebody down.
In Scotland, Bobby and Ross are preparing to lift a car out from a waterlogged ditch. He's skidded off the road in the wet conditions.
I'm going to get his straps, we're going to put them through the door. Take it out either side of the door.
I'll go round the other side, Ross. We'll get the high up back onto it, and hopefully we'll have enough height and distance and everything to lift the car from this position right up onto the truck.
Raising the car up the bank is the most dangerous part of the job. If the lifting arm isn't strong enough to haul the 1-ton polo into the air, it could topple over and down the embankment towards the busy railway line.
Behind the bumper, it's fine and secure. The bank's at an angle, so you're not lifting it evenly. It's coming up at different times till eventually it's completely off. And if the crane's too far out, it could topple. There is dangers to it all.
Ross needs to guide the vehicle up the bank. If any of the straps break, he could be crushed by the full weight of the car.
What we'll do, Ross, is if you could catch the back wheel and just pull the car round towards us so that the weight's coming near the crane for the sake of lifting. We're going to keep the weight of the car as near to the truck as possible, make things as simple as possible.
Everything's going to plan. It's as the car is lifted higher and higher, the overhead cables come into play. Bobby needs to avoid them.
Up a wee touch forward. I'm just waiting to get the crane clear of the cables, Ross, and then I'll lift it up. I'm swinging it round to get the top of the crane clear of the cables, and then we'll need to lift it up a bit to get it onto the truck. Have you got a hold of the chains there, Ross, just to steer it?
Now clear of the cables, they can lower the car down onto the truck.
I'll do the other one, so we've got in a wee bit.
And with a bit of gentle persuasion, it's done. Now they just need to secure the car in place.
The trickiest part was getting up and down the banking. It was really slippy and mud and wires from the fence and everything. And you didn't know what, the ground was that soft, you didn't know what you were standing in, it was just giving way. That's it all done, and that's us ready to go now.
They've managed to stay ahead of the weather and rescue the car. And the police have given Bobby some good news too. The driver has survived that horrifying accident.
The car's going to be replaced or repaired, and as long as the people are okay, that's the main thing.
In North Wales, Rob is hoping to shift a Royal Mail van that's got into trouble during the floods.
I think he's killed us.
It's blocking a main road between 2 rural villages, but Rob can't move it by himself.
I'm trying to flag somebody down to come out and pull it out. So give that a go. We'll just back up this line now, all the way to the end.
Rob has the unenviable task of reversing half a mile back along the narrow road.
Reversing back to this line now.
And once Rob does manage to turn around, he soon finds an ally in the shape of Will, a local farmer.
Would you do me a favour in that case? You find me down and I could just back it out. Would you? Do you mind? That'd be brilliant.
Good Samaritan Will get stuck in, even though he hasn't got any wellies.
Yeah. Let's do this here. Yeah, that's your mind. Doesn't that be round and give him a bit of a biggie dash? I'm not enough to, because he's a big lad to be fair.
No, I really can't even still, to be honest with you. So, obviously, what we're going to do is just gingerly just back it all the way out on the road. Nice and slow. You think you're going off the track a little bit? Just honk your horn. I can see you in the village anyway.
Will's more than happy to muck in and help out.
Part of country life, isn't it? It's part of living out here, isn't it? You know, these things happen. Oh, that's it. You there?
But being towed backwards down a narrow flooded country lane is no easy task. It's about half a mile of winding, undulating track, and avoiding the 5-foot wall that runs alongside is proving tricky.
You okay? You're very close there, haven't you? Tell you what, let me get the hook kick a minute. Just got to get it forward a little bit and just run it a bit. But it's the roads are that winding a bit hilly round here and narrow. But to be fair, he's doing really well.
And after negotiating a few more bumps and bends, the Royal Mail van is safely delivered. A first-class effort from Robin.
It's been a difficult winter for everybody, so this is the least of your problems, isn't it? So just to sit in the van for about an hour, that's not much good news.
And after getting a little roadside assistance of his own,
Thanks so much for being on there, really appreciate it.
Rob's ready to head up.
All looks up, all good to go.
As the wet weather continues in Scotland, rivers have reached record heights and the floods have been relentless. Recovery specialist Barry Devlins have been inundated with calls from people marooned in their cars. Bobby is heading to a stranded couple in Kilmarnock.
You may still be in the car and there's phones from inside the car, the electrics could have given out on them, there might be no power to it. It's just a case of waiting to hear actually when Satan see what's happening.
As Bobby arrives, he's happy to see the car is out of the water, but there's no guarantee it will still be working after driving through a flood this deep.
It's up to the bottom step on the truck, so obviously the car shouldn't even attempt to come through it.
Sandy and Betty were on first priority is to get the couple onto dry land.
You've got a padlock pull in there, is there any goldfish in it? I'll get you to climb in and sit in the lorry just now until we get the car on.
He can now investigate just how much water the car may have taken in.
Too deep for a car because of the radiator and that, but as Sandy said, the water has receded, so the chances are maybe a couple of feet deep while he's trying to go through it. Obviously it has been because the water's lying in the footwells of the car.
With the damage obvious on Sandy's car, Bobby's quick to discourage others from making the same mistake.
Another car has just got to the other side of the water and no go. Just advise them to go back and go another route, unless they want to be pulled out as well.
The car has suffered catastrophic engine damage. Bobby won't be able to fix it, but he can at least give the couple a lift home. Sandy has time to reflect on his costly outcome.
I just keep down the road and saw the water there and I thought the level was slow enough for me to get through and I just drove into it and the road stopped halfway across.
If only someone had warned him.
I told them not to go through, but he's his own person and that's the wrong thing to say to him. And not to even do.
As the car is pulled up the ramp, the flood damage is clear to see.
You can see it running off the back of the truck just now. It's coming out quite a bit. It's coming out the exhaust as well. There's now about 6 inches of water inside the footwell of the car, so too much for comfort.
The wet winter has claimed another victim. In heavily flooded North Wales, another emergency call has come into the RAC. A family with a young child have accidentally locked their car keys in the boot. They're 500 metres up in the mountains of Snowdonia National Park. As night falls, the rain intensifies and the temperature is dropping fast.
It's a pretty mountainous location, so they're pretty much stuck in the middle of nowhere where they are, locked out of the car. If I can locate them, that's the biggest problem we're going to have, is finding out which of those mountain roads they've gone down.
Patrolman Rob knows the area like the back of his hand. But the family could be anywhere amongst the 13 square miles of remote mountains, and the customer's phone signal is extremely poor.
Hello, good afternoon, Rob from the RAC. Hi.
Really breaking up a bit. Is that the RAC?
Yes, hi, it is the RAC. It's probably the area that you're in, actually.
Look, mate, I'm going to stay now. I'm going to walk down the lane for 5 minutes and get some reception there.
Okay, I'll give you a ring back in a second.
Rob doesn't want to head off blindly into the mountains. He needs to pinpoint their location, but he's having no luck.
Try me again in a minute. That situation, they've got a young daughter with him and his wife was at the top of that mountain. I've got children of my own. So in that situation, your priority really is to get to them as quickly as you can. Yeah, hello, Mr. Thwaites. It's Rob again from the RAC. If you do get a signal, please give me a call back, because I need to find out really exactly where you are. I'm not too sure of your location at this point.
Every year, 10 people lose their lives up in the unforgiving mountains. Rob needs to make contact with the family as soon as he can, or it could turn into a serious emergency. Britain is continuing to be hammered by ferocious storms in the wettest winter since records began. In flood-hit North Wales, some villages have seen a month's worth of rainfall in just 48 hours. Breakdown patrolman Rob is on the hunt for a young family lost 500 metres up in Snowdonia National Park. He's been unable to make contact with them, but he's just got some more information from RACHQ. The family are somewhere near the village of Rowan, and as he heads up there, he gets some news.
Hello.
Hi, mate, how are you doing?
Yeah, not bad. I've just passed the pub in the village. There's a few properties either side, so you just keep climbing up that single track road, yeah?
Just keep climbing, yeah.
Okay, mate. I'm just climbing out the village now, so I'll see you in a minute. I've been stuck up in my own car once or twice. You can see where parts of the roads actually collapsed. It's slipped away. And it's just a climb all the way to the top.
It's a difficult journey through deep-standing floodwater, but Rob finally reaches the car. Nigel and his family have been stuck in the pitch black alone for 2 hours.
There comes a bright white light through the fog, and the flashing beacons are very, very happy at that point. I had some smiles and maybe even a bit of laughter at that point. I felt very relieved.
But now comes the tricky part.
So, I presume you're in the boat, are they?
Yeah.
I've got you like I've got to be honest, it's been a long time as well. I have got a lockout tool which I attempt to use on it for you. Pick the lock. If that doesn't work, we're into a bit of a problem, yeah?
Nigel's wife Paula is desperately trying to stay warm in the car with 3-year-old Maisie.
It's been really good, and they've been watching videos, haven't they? Well, we're lucky that the doors were opened before we left the keys in the boat, otherwise it'd be a different story. It was really scary. It was getting dark, it was raining hard.
Yeah, I was very worried about what would happen to us. I think we'd have to tear the mountain in Wales in the middle of winter. When I got back to the car, the remote didn't work to unlock it, so I unlocked it with a key until everyone gets in the car. I took the jacket off last thing. The key was still in the jacket, so I shoved the boot, and then you just can't get the boot to unlock again. So.
Rob's doing his best to unpick the lock on the Jaguar. It's the only way of getting into the boot.
It's just feel, really. What you're trying to do is feel to pick the tumblers. Sometimes you can get in quite easy. Sometimes you can't get in at all. It just depends on the lock, really.
If Rob can't get in, it's going to be a long, cold night on the mountain.
This can either go really well or really badly.
We failing that. Could you break into it if it doesn't damage the lock?
I don't know yet, so I'm going to have to have a look here. On these Jags, they're quite well built, so the potential for that is no, if I'm honest.
Nigel is a groundskeeper and used to working outdoors, but at this altitude the temperature is freezing.
It is chilly up here tonight.
It's really chilly now, isn't it?
Yeah, it's really droppy.
Very frustrating, yeah, but from my point of view, you know, once I've been trying for 5, 10, 15 minutes, talking to the customer, I was thinking back in mind, you know, plan B, you know, another solution to this particular problem. We're going to have to start ringing a couple of locksmiths. What we might have to do is do a couple of ferries down to the pub, yeah? There's nothing really link up here. The locksmith will find them, to be honest.
So now we're going a little bit from being elated to being rescued. We realise that the ordeal isn't over yet.
Rob tries to contact a locksmith, but he's having exactly the same issues Nigel had when trying to make a call from the remote Welsh mountains.
The might have to drive back down the mountain yet to get a better signal. But all in all, yeah, this one tends to be a bit challenging, but we'll get there.
With temperatures plummeting and a 3-year-old child with them, the situation is getting more and more serious.
And then I've sorted out from there.
Lola and Maisie are off to the warmth of the village pub.
So what's your name? Maisie.
Say that.
Still shining now, isn't she? Yeah, you're a bit relieved to be going down to the pub to get a bit of warmth. Yeah, no, bless you. Yeah. Yeah.
So we need to just get somewhere safe and warm and get some food and drink. It's really, really reassuring.
I'll go and get your dad.
First everyone done, it's back up the flooded mountain road. And after rescuing Nigel, along with Rosie the dog, Rob's finally got hold of a locksmith who'll be meeting the family in the pub.
Is that okay, Rosie? Very, very bless you, man. You get a drink, can't you? And they say he's got hold of you, so he's got your number.
Yeah.
He knows where you are, so it's about an hour, hopefully, with you.
You don't mind me, I'll thank you.
Thanks again, mate. So, bye,
I hope before midnight. Yeah, very relieved to be out last night. Very cold, very cold indeed. Now Maisie's got crisps, you're happy, aren't you?
What's family? Well, I think he's getting dog out with his wife, so yeah. So we'll see how that one goes.
It was like a war zone.
Ferocious floods, 140-mile-an-hour winds, and treacherous roads.
It's getting to looking daylight, Sammy.
This winter, the country has been lashed by storm after terrifying storm, creating chaos on the roads.
If anyone had gone in that water, then you was gone. Never to be seen again.
From the breakdown patrols who work around the clock to help out stranded motorists,
People are wanting help to save their lives.
to the heavy recovery specialists who pick up the pieces when disaster strikes.
My heart is in their hands.
These are the everyday heroes who come to the rescue when Britain gets battered. This week, deadly storms with gale-force winds and driving rain lead to terrible accidents. Petrified bus passengers are trapped in rising storm water.
The angels were famous, there's a lot of sleep, a lot of pointers, fast along the lines.
Panic in the fast lane,
Very scary. It's that windy, you can see them going sideways.
and an emergency heavy vehicle rescue spins out of control.
Not looking too good. Hang on, hang on.
Since Storm Desmond's arrival, homes have been evacuated, power's been cut and roads blocked.
The advice is please don't drive through it. It is a serious risk to life. This winter has been one of the stormiest since records began. Gale force winds continually hammered the UK. In northern Britain, a month's worth of rain has fallen in just 24 hours, flooding over 7,000 homes and causing travel chaos. At RAC headquarters, dispatcher Jenny is being inundated with calls from terrified drivers who have become stranded in winter.
In 15 years of the RAC, I don't think I've ever seen such a situation. Our patrols in vehicles have the equipment, but it's trying to get to stranded customers.
Patrols are fighting against standing water on the roads and impassable routes as they battle to help victims of the floods.
You can see the bridge is closed, it's collapsed at the other side. In front of the vehicle, we're faced with another torrent of water which we can't drive through.
That's probably the worst I've ever seen it, and I've lived there since I was 3.
I think it's safe to say, judging by how deep that was, we definitely
Ah, yeah, though.
My motto is using it's too deep, it's not because it is.
The country is grinding to a halt as more and more roads and bridges are closed.
It's one of the main routes actually in and out of
Open, no.
Just something we've got to put up with at the minute, really.
And when the patrols finally manage to get to the breakdowns, it's the same problem over and over again.
It's not Lucy's done, so it's going to be a write-off.
Yes.
But, I think.
It was actually soaking wet. It needs garage attention, really.
Catastrophic water damage means this engine will also have to be written off, another casualty of the wet winter. In Scotland, Storm Frank is lashing down. 80-mile-per-hour winds have caused the river near the town of Daly in South Ayrshire to burst its banks. Within hours, the roads have turned to rapids. A bus is almost completely submerged and is filling up with freezing cold water. Alan is one of the 12 passengers on board.
It didn't just trickle in. It just rushed straight in the bus. Within a couple of seconds, it was level with the seat. There was no idea just how far it was going to go.
The power of the rising water has picked the bus up and thrown it off the road. Local radio presenter Stevie is filming as the disaster unfolds.
If the trees hadn't been there, the force of the water would probably have catapulted the bus sideways and caused it to roll down the embankment. That would have been a totally different story then. It was the biggest emergency service presence that I've probably ever seen. Everywhere you looked, there was blue lights.
The relentless floodwater continues to hammer into the side of the bus.
I've never seen a river run so fast in my life.
People shouting and a few screams, the water kept rising. You stood in the chair and then that wasn't high enough, then you had to stand on the headrest and it still seemed to keep rising until I think eventually it stopped maybe chest height.
Alan and his fellow passengers, some of whom are children, are in serious danger of drowning in the freezing cold water. The emergency services can't get to them, but soon help arrives from above.
You hear the noise of the Royal ABC King helicopter in the distance and you suddenly kind of stop and go, okay, now it's serious.
Lieutenant Commander Martin Lanning is struggling with the helicopter in the ferocious storm.
The worst thing for us was the wind, which was just incredibly strong, even by Scottish standards, 60 mile an hour average winds. I've done 500 odd rescues over the years, and that's some of the hardest flying I think any of us have ever done.
Martin surveys the desperate situation below.
If that bus had rolled over into the river, this would not have been a rescue, this would have been body recovery.
The crew gets straight to work. They'll need to act fast. Light is fading and they're running out of fuel.
We were on our third flood-related rescue of that day, so we knew we were going to take this thing right down to the wire, literally down to Baker and the tanks, to get every person we could off before we had to quit. So
The atrocious conditions are not the only hazard the crew need to be wary of.
The most challenging part of the whole rescue was getting our rescue winchman on the end of the wire in and out of that bus safely. As the winch wire goes through the tree branches, we always considered it would possibly snag, and if it really got tangled up, it might snap. Passengers on the bus feel in a tough enough state they don't really have to worry about the winch wire snapping and falling into that river, which was on the certain death sentence.
Finally, the crew begin to lift the passengers inch by inch to safety.
When the first person was airlifted from the bus, they had members of the crowd cheering, and so a sense of relief and a lot of sighs throughout the crowd going, finally they were getting them off.
But then, disaster strikes.
So the winchman went down for the second lift, and this did not go 100% as planned because he was dragged down by the force of the water. At that point, his life was probably at the balance that allowed people on the bus.
Relentless storms are causing havoc over Bristol.
Storm Frank is well and truly at its peak here now. River levels are continuing to rise.
Gale force winds and torrential rain continue to hammer down as the country endures one of its wettest winters ever. In the village of Daly in Scotland, a Royal Navy helicopter is attempting to rescue 12 passengers stranded on a bus, submerged in freezing cold water. Alan is on board.
Shouting, a few screams, the water kept rising.
But the helicopter crew are struggling in the severe weather. The winchman is in the water and the current has dragged him under.
If anyone had gone in that water and we weren't attached to a sort of safety line, like this guy was attached to our rescue winch, he was gone, never to be seen again. So at that point, his life was probably in the balance that allowed the people on the bus.
The fast-thinking crew pull in the cable and the winchman reappears from under the surface.
We immediately gave the thumbs up, very brave. Didn't need to come back to helicopter arrest, he was happy to just re-attack and get back into the bus again.
With the light now gone, it takes 90 minutes to rescue all the passengers and deliver them to safe ground. It's been a terrifying experience for Alan.
A few feet more, or even if those trees weren't there, it came to
Это
rest
тоже надо.
against the map, and that would have been washed away. There's a good chance we'd all been dead on the bus.
A shock even to guys like us who've done many rescues that just how tough that day was.
In the northeast of England, a cold snap has turned storms into blizzards.
Be nasty on the roads out there, just take your time, there's no rush, snow falling just about everywhere and there's delays and all sorts happening. There's been a couple of accidents as well and we've got no service on the metro between Pilo and Brockley Winds.
In Newcastle, the treacherous icy roads are leading to a spike in accident and breakdown calls.
Newcastle!
22-year-old James has just come on shift. He became a patrolman just 8 months ago, following in his dad's footsteps.
You get a lot more breakdowns in this weather, so sliding and damaging tyres, yeah. Obviously in the snow, everyone slows down, it makes us a lot harder to get the job, yeah.
This is James's first winter
22 год.
rescue of stranded drivers.
Well, it's all part of the job, it's what I signed up for, yeah, so I'm quite excited.
James's first job of the day is a call from a woman in Durham whose car has skidded on the ice. She managed to
года
get
назад.
control of the vehicle, but has collided with the pavement, bursting her
Я уже
tires.
3,5 года
Spare,
в Скотланд, в Британии, в Шотландии.
bad where she is.
For her own safety, the caller has been advised to wait outside her vehicle. With the freezing temperatures and howling winds, James wants to get to her fast, but rush hour traffic is almost at standstill in the snowstorm.
Just been on board one of the patrols there, he's seen a normal 10-minute drive, it took him an hour and 45 minutes because of the weather.
Finally, after fighting his way through the snow, James gets to his customer, Christine.
So what's happened with the vehicle this morning then?
On the van.
Yeah.
Higher up. Really bad into the curb.
Yeah.
And then I realised that I had flat. But I had to wait for my safe stop.
After the frightening accident, Christine had no choice but to drive on the flat tyre to get herself to safety.
It was really biting cold. The wind was quite high. It was still snowing, blizzard conditions.
Have you got a spare with you or?
No, it's brilliant.
Little spare, right.
Increasingly, new cars are being sold with no spare wheel. Each year, the RAC respond to calls from over 100,000 drivers who have been left stranded without one.
I'll get the tyre off. Let's see if we can do it with it.
Christine takes a seat in the shelter of James's van while he gets to work.
Driving these conditions is really treacherous. It came down quite heavily, so its potential to skid is really, really bad. The car in front of me also skidded, but it was skidding across the lane. I skidded the other way and skidded into the curb.
James is impressed with how Christine has dealt with that ordeal.
Most people would just stop anywhere, but she's been quite good. She's stopped quite safe place. She's got a high visit. I think she's done it before, if I'm honest with you.
But driving with a puncture may have made the damage worse. The tyre has deep tears in 2 places.
The tyre's no good now. Any damage to the sidewall, the new replacement tyre.
After a quick ring around, James manages to source a new tyre for Christine.
That on, the thermals on too.
I mean, just somebody to come rescue him is knowing that they're there is really a help.
10 minutes later, and a grateful Christine is back on the road.
Thank you very much. See you later. Sorted, customers happy, that's the main thing.
It was just a relief just to get somebody to come pick the car and get me mobile again.
The nation is being brought to a standstill as yet more powerful storms continue to crash over Britain. In Lanarkshire, stormwater has flooded the M74, leaving cars submerged and closing off the main routes into Scotland. Calls are flooding into the RAC control room from distressed drivers on the motorways. Operators like Jenny are getting a call every 2 seconds.
It is such a dangerous place to go down. If you're in the car and you get hit, you've got no chance. We're looking at people that are wanting help for us to save their lives.
On one of Britain's busiest motorways, the M6, storm force winds are causing havoc. As debris is blown across the live carriageways, tyres are being ripped to shreds. In Cumbria, area manager Duncan is responding to a breakdown in one of the most hazardous sections.
We're heading out between junctions 38 and 39, quite a high part of the motorway. We've got a vehicle that's broken down with probably a blowout.
At over 1,000 feet above sea level, deadly crosswinds are hitting speeds of over 60 miles per hour. Suddenly, a lorry just ahead of Duncan begins to veer off the road. And just in time, the driver manages to fight the powerful wind and pulls back onto the lane. In these treacherous conditions, accidents can happen in the blink of an eye.
There was a classic example of a vehicle that was drifting over the white line of the hard shoulder. I see the aftermath of quite a few lorries that blow over.
The hard shoulder is the worst possible place to break down in a storm like this. When Duncan reaches the stricken vehicle, he'll have to work quickly but carefully.
We can just see ahead, putting all the beacons and as many lights as we've got to give us as much protection. So we'll make it you guys just keep it safe. Yeah, it's all right. I'll go a bit as quick as I can.
Van driver Tim's on his way to lend a hand to victims of the local floods. He's had a miraculous escape.
Put over something in the middle lane, instant blowout. With it being windy, it was all over the road and just got pulled into the side. Very scary, yeah. Wagons are going past me and it's that windy, you can see them going sideways.
Duncan needs to get Tim back on the road as soon as possible, but changing a tyre here is no easy task.
Sure.
50 miles further up the stormy M6, Patrolman Richard is on his way to a couple who are also stuck on the hard shoulder.
You've got to get out of the car. You can't stay in a vehicle, it's too dangerous. With the weather at the moment, you've got to get wet, cold. Really not nice to be out in this weather.
Worryingly, Richard hasn't been able to make contact with the couple to make sure they're okay.
We just need to get there as soon as possible we can. Get them dry, get them safe, get the car fixed and get them on the way.
Richard spots the shaken pair. Every second they're on the hard shoulder,
Just want to come up the other side of the body for me, please.
their lives are in danger. Richard's only focus is getting them over the crash barrier.
Just stay here, this side of the body for me. I'm going to set the job.
Снаружи. Две внутри.
Callum and his wife are heading home to Scotland, but something's gone drastically wrong, and he's lost control of the car.
Hey, things to the side. I don't know if you've got any follow.
Right now, it was the Ranger were in a water deal. The wife was getting extremely upset. It didn't feel all that safe at all.
Heavy vehicles are rushing past at 60 miles an hour, just inches away from Richard as he risks his life to check the car. He quickly finds the problem. One of the wheels has come loose. It's incredible that there hasn't been a serious accident.
Drive side rear wheel length for that. Vehicle's far too dangerous to be driven.
О, что-то уже более.
Richard will get the car towed to a garage, but his priority right now is to get his customers out of danger and off the motorway. While Richard takes Callum and his wife to safety, 50 miles
Callum?
south, area manager Duncan has decided to try and change the blown-out tyre on Tim's van, right here, at the side of the motorway. Duncan gets to work, but he needs eyes in the back of his head as traffic thunders by at 70 miles per hour. Driver Tim watches on with his heart in his mouth.
I think you dressed pretty well under the circumstances, especially on that side where the van is, where the tyre's gone. Can't shift the van in the wagon, summer speed, speeding past. Very, very windy.
In the last 10 years, over 300 roadside workers have been seriously injured in accidents on Britain's motorways and A roads. Duncan knows he can't let his concentration slip for a second.
You are very, very vulnerable. You're keeping your eyes on that traffic the whole time. The loads are going past, there's turbulence from the vehicle, there's spray from the vehicle. It's all about you keeping an eye on what's happening, because you may need to get over the other side of that barrier at a moment's notice.
Duncan's moving as fast as he can. Flood relief worker Tim needs to get to families who are desperate for help during the horrific storms.
Got 9 jobs on today. Need to get back on the road, yeah.
And now we can. The tyre's been changed and Duncan's out of harm's way.
It's all done for you, mate. Thank you. Thanks for that. Do a little bit of speed on the hard, so just be quiet. There's no cars moving away now. Okay? Alright, thank you. Cheers now, bye. That's pretty quick. That lasted half an hour. I'll be alright. At last.
Sadly, not all rescue jobs on the motorway end so well. This shocking CCTV footage from the M6 near Birmingham shows how easy disaster can strike on a hard shoulder. Patrolman Mark is fitting emergency lights to a vehicle when a truck suddenly swerves out of the live lane, ploughing into him at speed.
All I remember was a loud explosion.
Incredibly, he survived.
The moment I attended this vehicle, it altered my way of life completely. Just one split second and everything's changed for me.
The lorry smashes into his hip, throwing him between his van and a broken down vehicle.
Stood up, checked the vehicles, there was no damage, and then all of a sudden I felt this almighty pain in the lower part of my back.
Mark suffered 2 broken vertebrae and was found screaming in agony at the roadside by a passing motorist. The lorry driver failed to stop, but following a police appeal, was later caught and sentenced to 8 months in prison for dangerous driving.
It wasn't until 8 months later when I saw the motorway footage, I knew I was a very, very lucky man. The vehicle veers off onto the hard shoulder, strikes me in the back, just another 6 inches inwards, and I wouldn't have even got hit. Another 6 inches out into the road, and I would have been dead.
After a year of physical rehabilitation, Mark was determined to return to the job he loves. He's now back out on patrol, helping drivers in need, just as the storms are hitting the UK the hardest.
It's raining today, so we could be faced with extreme danger on the roads. Just had a report of a breakdown on the A446. It's a dual carriageway. It's going to be a nightmare job to attend. It's on the brow of a hill.
It's a very similar call-out to the one where Mark suffered his horrific accident. In a hazardous location and in frightening weather conditions, Mark will have to face his demons on the hard shoulder. As the UK continues to be pummeled by fierce storms and terrain M6.
This right here, this refuge area here is where I had my accident.
It's a chilling reminder on the way to a hazardous job.
The vehicle is effectively in a live lane with traffic coming towards us.
Ja, dat is ja.
Gonna clear your license out, no holiday, We need to get this vehicle removed ASAP because you don't know whether or not there's a vehicle going to be coming up in the inside lane.
Mark knows only too well that he needs to get his customers and himself off the dual carriageway immediately. With the tow bar secure, Mark gets the couple back in the car.
Как куда? Не так.
It's another successful
там
rescue. It's an important milestone in Mark's recovery from his ordeal. In stormy weather, trucks and other high-sided vehicles are vulnerable to being blown off the road. And wind speeds of over 60 miles an hour can even be enough to tip an unloaded lorry over. When heavy vehicles get into trouble, they call on the recovery specialists at CMG to bail them out. In Oxfordshire, manager Jason is responding to an emergency call. A crane has come off the road and is in danger of toppling over. It's such a hazardous job that several companies have refused to take it on. Jason wants to assess the situation before making a decision.
Normally what they probably do is get a big crane and lift it out, but apparently this road is too narrow. So again, we need to be very careful with that.
Британская как это.
Truck stuck down there.
British. Crane, oh!
He arrives at the scene of what looks like a serious accident.
I think what's happened is just got the edge of the road and it's just pulled the crane in and looks like the edge of the road made just to give way slightly. And it slipped in and caused a bigger problem.
Jason's confident they can recover the 30-ton vehicle, but it's too dangerous a job to attempt in the pitch black.
The ground's very soft.
Ручище прям.
Stuck and damaged.
Нагнёт.
We'll arrive here first thing in the morning.
Не рука, ручище.
And crack on and do the job in the morning.
Это уже смотрится классно.
Early next morning, the CMG team are about to head out on the rescue mission. It's a job for the big guns.
This is Sally. This is our phone at one of Northampton's finest. The truck was built for the military, where it's been out some war zones, filling out some big tanks and that sort of thing.
Главное пусть шут.
They set off at 6 a.m. Jason wants to arrive at the accident site at dawn to maximize the daylight hours for the rescue.
Go ahead and start it. It's got a bit of character. It's an old truck. Oh. Not very good at gear change. But once we get there, as a piece of equipment, it's very, very good. It may be old, but it'll be well on top of the job.
The weather has made the conditions more hazardous for the team.
It's been raining all night. What we don't want to do is get stuck.
Dawn breaks in Deddington and reveals the crane, precariously balanced across the edge of a ditch. It could tip over at any minute. It's been a terrifying experience for crane driver Kenny.
I thought we were actually going to go way over on our side, but fortunately she got back, and it was definitely frightening. Because it's winter, the ground's very, very soft, it just gave way under the wheel and we had no chance.
В подвал. Посыпку, короче.
Kenny is relieved to see the cavalry come to the rescue.
Morning.
Morning, Kenny. How you doing?
How you doing? Morning.
We'll have a good look around it and then we'll see what we're going to do.
Yeah.
The crane is more than just Kenny's pride and joy. It's his livelihood. Without it, he has no way of making money.
It is my crane and it's sorry state at the moment. We need it back on the road for tomorrow morning, hopefully, but
Что-то какие-то...
As Jason's team set to work, they make a shocking discovery.
It's not looking good.
The crane is sinking.
The crane had moved, so we needed to get on and do the job. What we didn't want it sliding in and the rest of the road giving way.
and then falling right into the ditch and going right onto its side. If the crane topples over, it could be heading for the scrapyard. The team needs to work fast or Kenny and his family business could face ruin.
These guys have shown me they're going to get it out.
Сейчас фото
Quite
сделать.
hard, it did now.
It's going to be a tough job for Jason.
Рисунем.
There isn't enough space for the feet of the rescue truck to be extended.
Because the roads are narrow, we can't get the outriggers out properly, which means we've got a bit of stability problem, so we can't lift as much as we probably need to lift.
With the truck's lifting power reduced, Sally will have to go off-road for extra support. But as Sally gets into position in the rain-soaked field, Jason is concerned that the ground is too wet.
Not looking too good at the moment. We could possibly get stuck. Can't get no grip on the top surface, and all we're getting is lots of wheel spin.
If Sally can't get free of the mud, it will spell disaster for the rescue.
Oh yeah, I'm very nervous at the moment, yeah. It is a moment very, very frustrating. Ah.
With two vehicles now in need of recovery, Kenny's hopes of getting his crane back in one piece are fading fast. In Scotland, the storms have already caused £1 billion worth of damage.
While the snow is thawing, temperatures are still rising.
We're expecting some of the worst flooding ever seen in living memory. Do not travel. The roads are incredibly dangerous. Don't travel in this absolute minute.
In Perth, mechanic Stevie is attending to a flood-damaged car.
Cable ties on a mechanic's bed today.
It's very wet, very rainy, and hoping to be a nice warm one.
Could have been a doctor with all this patching up work.
There you go.
Rookie patrolman Stevie has been with the company for a year.
Went through the interview process, done all the technical assessments, and here I am. And here's a job.
Hello?
Hi Janice, it's Stevie here, the RAC patrol. I'm just giving you a quick phone call about your guest sir. Right, okay. The customer was very concerned for her mother's well-being. She had medical needs. I just had to calm her down, let her know that help was on its way and everything would be okay. So it's quite a dangerous location. The member has phoned the police. So the quicker we can get her back home again, the safer she'll be there.
But the roads in the area are severely flooded and some are impassable.
It was a high priority job. There was a lot of pressure on myself. I had to get there as quickly as I could.
Stevie had no choice but to risk it. If he can't get through, this could turn into a serious emergency. In Oxfordshire, crane driver Kenny desperately needs help to save his stricken vehicle. But due to heavy rain, the rescue truck has got stuck in a field. Recovery specialist Jason needs help. He turns to a most unlikely piece of kit. Ian's tractor may be small in size, but it's surprisingly powerful.
This is the most valuable piece of equipment in the yard, the tractor. When open or fail because they can't drive across the road, the tractor usually gets there. It's the winch on the back, which is a 10-ton Velvet winch, which is one of the longest winches ever made.
Using the tractor as an anchor, after some skillful manoeuvring, Jason has Sally exactly where he wants her.
Right, we're about in position now with the truck to get put on the crane.
To hook the winching cables onto the crane, Ian has the dangerous task of working underneath the 30-ton vehicle. If the crane tips, it could crush him.
You wouldn't know a lot about it if it's up there, would you?
Let's got it in.
After 2 hours getting everything in place, it's time to attempt the lift and everyone is on edge.
This is the most dangerous moment. This is more likely where it's most going to go wrong when you do your first lift. That'll be alright. It's got to be alright.
Sally will hold the weight of the crane and stop it from toppling over, while Ian's tractor winches it out of the ditch. Meanwhile, Stephen in the other truck will hoist the back end of the vehicle out of the mud. It's a good plan, if it works.
Hold on, mate. This is quite low for you, and it's no pressure then. Oh yeah, I'm just making it up. Yeah. There we go. Ready?
As the truck hoists
Oh,
the
полностью.
the tractor
Это же
slowly
белый.
tries to winch the crane back onto the road. They need to take it steady.
Nice and slow, yeah? Hang on. Get it in front of it.
Красит довольно много.
They've done it.
Head on. Absolutely brilliant. Very little damage. I'm very happy. I'm so happy I just can't get it out.
Job complete, and Stephen just needs to get Sally out of the boggy field.
Go on, don't stay out. Go on.
But that's easier said than done.
Yeah, Steve's managed to get the truck stuck. It was alright getting in, but now Steve's let it go. He seems to have got it stuck. I'm not really going to retaliate for that sort of criticism. He obviously won't retaliate. He knows I'm right.
While the boys bicker, Ian and his tough old tractor get to work to pull Sally out of the mud for the second time today.
We're more than welcome. Thank you very much. Cheers. Good job done. Everything turned out right. The owner's over the moon, and he can carry on and do his job that he's got to do. Everybody's happy.
In Perth, Stevie is racing to help a breakdown victim. He's braving dangerous stormwater to get to her in time.
I can see the water level increasing bit by bit. You've just got to take it easy and make sure you're going to get through as safely as possible.
He makes it. And within 30 minutes,
and there we are.
Stevie reaches distraught driver Janice.
I've got my mum with me. She's 84 and also suffers from other illnesses. So I couldn't provide the car, but stay in the car. So it's a matter of urgency.
It's vital that Janice's mum gets home to take her medication as soon as possible. And the breakdowns happened on a dangerously busy stretch of road.
I was concerned that I wasn't in a safe area, so I've got the police.
The police have put out a slow sign, but it's rush hour, and the traffic remains heavy.
And if you got a spare field, you do have a spare field, brilliant.
Before he gets to work, Stevie wants to check on Janice's mum.
Bit of a traumatic experience for you, isn't it? Are you okay? You're not needing any medication too soon, are you? And you're warm enough, yeah? Right, I'll not be too long, okay? Thank you.
Janice is getting worried about her mum.
Yeah, I need to get home, just before I to medication.
With light fading fast, adding to the risk of working in oncoming traffic, Stevie has no time to lose.
Traffic's really busy at the moment, got lorries going past. It's raining. It's starting to get dark, so the quicker we get this wheel changed, the better.
Stevie changes the tyre just inches away from the rush hour traffic in double quick time.
Okay, I'll let you get on so you can get home, okay? No problem.
Okay.
Thanks.
Across the country, weeks of heavy rain and floods have severely damaged road surfaces. While some have completely washed away, 30,000 potholes have opened up across the UK. In Cheltenham, breakdown mechanic Alan is on a call.
I've got a Volkswagen sat now with a double puncture, quite possibly pothole damage to the wheels.
Potholes cause almost £1 billion worth of damage to vehicles every year.
Morning, sir. Alright, what seems to be the problem?
Seems that with a double puncture, there was little this driver could do all by himself.
What we'll be able to do is put your spare on the one side, and then I've got a multi-bit lead in the back, which will put on your other wheel, then get you to the garage.
It's quite a lot on the road there, obviously quite a deep one. Like obviously got the jackpot with 2 here, so try and trust it really.
The other car just checking their wheel from the pothole.
Just ridiculous.
Alan's only been here a minute, when another punctured car pulls up.
I'm on my way to an event in Cheltenham, a sporting event for children, and then obviously the massive pothole that's just down the road has completely blown us out.
With 3 punctures to take care of, Alan has his work cut out. But as he starts his first repair, his battle against the pothole is just beginning.
Yeah, we've got another car pulled in now as well.
It's been one of the worst winters in living memory. Relentless rainstorms and floods are destroying the nation's roads. In Cheltenham, one pothole in particular is wreaking havoc.
What?
Got jacked up with 2 here, so quite impressive, really.
As mechanic Alan gets the punctured wheel off, it's clear from the dent in the rim how destructive this pothole is.
That's going to be a new wheel, I'm afraid.
Tyres aren't cheap, but a new wheel will cost hundreds of pounds.
The wheel on that has it. We've got another car pulled in now as well.
Alan's makeshift garage now has 3 customers queuing up.
Obviously, it's getting the balance between missing the pothole and not hitting the car going the other way. So obviously, it's pothole one.
One of the victims has a bright idea and sprints off to warn other motorists.
He's a football coach and he had some cones in his car. With the wind like it is at the moment, though, I kind of think that they might flow away rather rapidly.
But it's too late. The devastating pothole has already
Need to
struck
go.
again.
No.
See if that's what it's done.
Going in the pothole and back out again.
Yeah. See if I can get another wheel now.
Getting close to double figures now. They're going to take you to a tyre place to get it replaced, hopefully, so it's a bit crazy.
Looks like it's a complete wheel, I'm afraid, on yours. The wheel and tyre.
It's damaged my wheel as well as my tyre, so I'm obviously going to make a payment for it.
That's number 6, thanks then.
After a record 6 wheel changes, Alan goes in search of the cause of all the trouble to try and prevent further carnage.
Over a foot wide, and that's easily 6 to 8 inches deep. We've got 3 hubcaps just there that I suspect they've come off vehicles that have hit the pothole. More hazards to winter road driving. Just there, pothole. It's as simple as that, and the problems it causes.
The winter storms have already caused tens of millions of pounds worth of damage to vehicles. Jason and the recovery team are experiencing their busiest winter yet.
The weather's been relentless, which has caused quite a few major accidents, and that's where we step in.
Jason is rushing to an emergency call-out on the A47 in Rutland.
Got a vehicle that's gone off the road for some reason. All wheels are off the road. The A47 is a fairly major road, so we need to just take care when we get there.
With all the company's other trucks committed to jobs, Jason's hoping this will be a routine recovery he can manage by himself.
If it is loaded and it is buried, then we may need to get another truck out just to give us a bit of a helping hand.
But arriving at the scene of the accident, Jason gets a nasty surprise.
This perhaps looks a little bit more drastic than we was told, I think. That doesn't look too good.
All the wheels are firmly stuck in the mud, and worse still, one side is sinking deeper into the floodwater. Already up to the bumper, it's only a matter of time before the 30-ton truck tips over.
We've got a problem with this tree, so we're going to cut that down and get that out of the way. And then I think we can pretty much pull it out forwards.
The floodwater will make access difficult for Jason.
Just looking for more wellies, but I've got a feeling I'm not back in my truck yet.
Bad news, he's left them back at the depot.
That's annoying. Not sure I'm going to get in there without getting wet.
Jason tries to improvise some stepping stones.
Oh dear. I was going to put the wheels down there to stand on, but it's a lot deeper than that, so that idea's out the window.
Time for plan B, a bridge across the pond.
Look at that guy.
The plan works, and Jason is able to get close enough to cut the branches that are trapping the lorry.
I'm worried I'm going to
magazine.
I'm really not too keen on this idea. I hate gardening, especially cutting trees down.
With the tree out of the way, it's time to move the truck. But there's one more hazard to worry about.
There is a problem with the traffic, but we just need to sort of be wary of that and keep out of the way of it.
Luckily, some nearby road workers volunteered to help with traffic management.
They've come down, lucky enough, and put some stop-go boards, 2 of them, so we can actually have the lane, which is going to make our life so much easier, which is good.
They urgently need to get both sides of the truck back on solid ground.
Just need to get away from the butt as much as we can. So now we can get a reasonably straight pull, nice and steadily.
The winch on Jason's truck has a pulling power of 44 tons. He needs to make sure the truck doesn't move too fast, while keeping an eye on the busy lane that remains open.
I think it's very easy for people coming alongside us just to look what we're doing, and you lose concentration for that split second, and because we're there working, we probably are the vulnerable people. I'm watching both sides of the traffic.
Slowly and carefully, Jason gets the lorry back safely on the road. Incredibly, there is no damage done to the truck, and it can get back to work.
That's it, job done then.
But shifting the heavy vehicle has created an even bigger problem.
This little sort of brook thing or ditch that now we've got the truck out, put some big wheel marks in, and all the water's running out and down the hill. That's a lot of water, isn't it?
And the floodwater is headed straight towards some nearby houses. They need to act fast, or the consequences could be disastrous.
Oh, get some sandbags up my van.
Yeah.
Try and barricade it off. Stop
wouldn't hurt it, would it?
Stop that driveway flooding.
As the sandbags stem the flow, the boys all muck in to make a dam to stop any more water from escaping. Within minutes, they've managed to contain the flood.
The road's clear now. We're just packing all the kit away. We've got to get on fairly quickly because we've had the officer on the boat and another job waiting for us.
iPhone 17 Pro has arrived.
Dad, how cute is this? Look what my class made for me.
The most pro iPhone ever. Get yours with O2 and load the best mobile network coverage by Uswitch.
Dad, how cute is this?
iPhone 17 Pro available now. O2 essential for living.
I'm incredibly proud to be a part of a 230-year-old family legacy. We're passionate about the outdoors.
It's really important to us that everything is made by hand. We say that that's how the love gets in. Running a global business means you never stop.
Dozens of meetings, hundreds of emails.
Google Workspace with Gemini, it's just like having a PR assistant in my pocket.
The click of a button, I've got a briefing document.
It saves a huge amount of time, so we can focus on the stuff that we're passionate about.
Equals like war on.
Relentless storms, torrential downpours, and raging blizzards.
It's getting a living daylight, Sammy.
This winter's weather extremes have brought the country to its knees.
Massive, massive disaster.
From the gritters and snowplow drivers braving the frozen highlands.
I hate it with a passion.
To the breakdown teams and recovery experts.
It's getting pretty desperate now.
Who risk life and limb to keep the nation moving.
Tree one, truck now.
These are the heroes who come to the rescue when Britain gets battered. This time, a succession of terrifying storms smash into Britain's coasts. Arctic blizzards bring mayhem to the Scottish Highlands.
The back end of the truck wants to flick round. It's a nightmare.
Cyclonic windstorms turn the motorways into death traps.
Fence posts actually staked straight through the windscreen into the back.
And torrential rain has pushed the roadside rescue agencies to breaking point.
I phoned my wife and used to let her know that if she didn't see me again, I was probably dead at the side of the road.
This is the stormiest winter in recent memory. 9 named storms, from Abigail to Imogen, have terrorised the UK, and now the cold snap has hit. The country is freezing over, and snow and ice are causing chaos on the roads. In northern Scotland, the Highland snowplough drivers are on the front line, battling snow and ice to keep the roads clear. In the far reaches of the Western Highlands, the remote village of Applecross is being battered by the high winds and torrential rains of Storm Gertrude. Thousands of feet above lies the notoriously dangerous Applecross Pass, a crucial lifeline connecting the isolated village to the rest of the country. Rising from sea level to over 2,000 feet, the single-track pass, Bealach Ravan, is one of the steepest and the highest roads in the UK. The 11-mile stretch of fearsome alpine track has 3 twisting hairpin bends, sheer drops of hundreds of feet, and perilously steep gradients. After a mild start to winter, the sudden blizzards have taken everyone by surprise. Snowplow driver Chris is racing up the mountain to start his daily fight against the elements.
You've got the job to do, you've got the road to open, people are relying on you to open this road and just deal with it.
Chris has been clearing this treacherous mountain pass for the last 12 years, and every winter it's a personal battle between him and the vicious weather that is unleashed on this road. He knows the risks involved, and he doesn't take the conditions lightly.
Sometimes the hill can get into your head and you think about it constantly. You get home and you think about it. You wake up and you're thinking, what can the conditions be this morning?
The worst bits on this road will be coming through in a few minutes, but it's so steep and it drifts in, and all you've got is a small wall to the left-hand side. It's a nightmare. You hit snow there, and you're having to push and reverse. Not ideal conditions.
I used to have nightmares when I first started this job about ice on that hill. I would check the conditions all night, hourly, to see how frosty it was outside, because I knew what it would be like on the hill.
To see if his plough will make it through the drifts, Chris needs to measure the depths of the snow.
Quite a steep bit of road. As you can see, there's nothing to stop you from going over the edge. A bit of a challenge to get up here today.
If the snow here is deeper than the plough's blade, it could push the vehicle over the sheer drop.
Yeah, the blade itself is getting up 3 feet over there. You know, they're quite serious drift.
Chris measures 2 feet of snow, but he's only halfway up the mountain. There will be even more at the summit. Despite the danger, he decides to push on to try and keep the pass open. If he has to close the treacherous road, the villages in Applecross will be cut off.
You don't want to go up the side. Just do it slow, take our time.
As Scotland deals with the snow, further south in England, severe weather reports signal the arrival of yet another superstorm. Brutal winds and rain continue to inflict destruction on the roads. It's 11 p.m. in Swindon, and recovery specialists CMG are responding in large numbers to a horrifying accident on one of the UK's busiest motorways. Police have closed off 2 lanes. It's a major emergency. Tonight, Mark is in charge.
We're now heading down to the M4, where we've been told there's an articulated lorry gone off-road down the embankment.
With over 9,000 road users killed or injured on our motorways each year, Mark is fearful of how severe this crash may be.
Temperature's now down to -2, so obviously the water that has been laying on the road will have frozen over to make it very icy.
The most dangerous part of the job, I would say, is working on the side of the motorway, 100%. In the industry, there is quite a few accidents happening every year. And unfortunately, a lot of them end in fatalities. Every job you go to can be a frightening experience. You just need to be careful and aware of your surroundings and be safe.
When he arrives, Mark is confronted with a shocking scene of destruction.
Adrenaline's pumping, you're itching to get there, but obviously you need to stay calm and focused on the job at the same time.
40-ton articulated lorry has hurtled 30 feet down an embankment and crashed headlong into a storm drain. The cab has been completely destroyed. Mark fears for the driver.
The fence post is actually staked straight through the windscreen and it's gone straight through the seat into the back.
Britain is in the clutches of a conveyor belt of Atlantic superstorms. This winter has seen an onslaught of 90-mile-per-hour winds and torrential rain, making driving conditions extremely hazardous. The volatile effects of the weather are being witnessed across the country. In Swindon, specialist rescue crew CMG have been called to the M4, where a 40-ton truck has careered off the motorway, smashing into a storm drain. The cab has been destroyed, and the driver has been rushed to hospital.
As you can see from the front, it's sustained quite a hard impact. It looks like the cab's actually off the mountains and snapped the mountains, so we'll have to be careful that the cab doesn't separate.
The way the vehicle went into the storm drain and it slid along, it picked up the fence and brought the fence post through the windscreen on the near side. So if it had been left-hand driver or had been carrying a passenger, they would have most certainly have died with a fatal accident.
It's a major incident. 2 lanes of the busy M4 have been closed off, but with fast-flowing traffic continuing to hurtle past them, Mark and his crew need to stay alert.
When the weather's bad, working on the motorway, the risk increases tenfold. Probably one of the most unsafe environments you can work in. You cannot predict, no one can predict what's going to happen.
Mark has his suspicions as to what may have caused the accident.
So we've had heavy rain. It's now obviously down to -1 again now. So literally all you would have to do, especially in a vehicle this size, is brake a little bit too hard and the ice will catch you out. And unfortunately, once they go, there's no stopping them.
Mark attends hundreds of accidents every year. He can only imagine just how terrifying it would have been for the driver.
If it was me, going for mine would have been with family, closest and dearest, wondering whether you're going to see him again. Yeah, very daunting, frightening experience, I would have thought.
The police want to get the 2 lanes reopened as soon as possible. The crew have been given just an hour to get the lorry out of the storm drain. Time is ticking, and the weather isn't on their side.
We need to be careful, especially now it's starting to rain again with the water rising. There's a good possibility that the truck will sink. What we need to do is try and lift it from exactly where it's sitting now, stop it actually going right over. It's trickier than we thought it was going to be. We need to sort of get out and get it out before the water gets too high.
If they're going to recover it, Mark and the whole team will need to hoist the massive 40-ton lorry out of the drain using just 2 heavy-duty straps.
We're going to get set up with the straps, so literally we can lift the back end straight up and smooth straight back onto the grass bank on your side.
It's not as straightforward as they think, as Mark's teammate Jason is finding out.
Because of this wall, you can't actually reach the hook, so it's struggling.
It's highly dangerous, but they have no choice. They'll have to climb underneath the precariously balanced truck, putting their lives at risk.
You make it die. Especially something like that, you make sure everybody's safe, making sure everybody goes home to their family at the end of the day.
It's very scary, so obviously being under it, you're laid down there, there's not a lot holding the truck up, it's literally just balancing up front there. So the quicker I get that on, we get it up, makes it a lot safer.
And finally, they managed to connect the straps to the chassis.
Yeah.
But before they can lift the enormous weight of the lorry, Mark needs to clamber inside the cab to release the brakes. He gets a driver's eye view of the crash.
I would think it's a very, very terrifying situation to be in. His seatbelt would have been the only thing that was holding him in his seat, I'd imagine, because he would have gone straight out of the window that side. So, yeah, very terrifying situation to be in.
Tentatively, they begin lifting the huge lorry.
We're going to take the tension up now and see how she lifts.
Hoping they've done enough to hold its weight.
And then attempt to sort of winch it up on the next truck whilst this one's lifting her on, holding her on the bank. Right, the end just loop round the axle.
Mark needs to attach the tow cable to the lorry, which once again means crawling underneath the 40-ton vehicle as it's suspended inches above its head.
Yeah, this is the risk that comes with the job.
Reception.
Just going to take the cabbage up on the silver truck.
The lorry has to be lifted and pulled at the same time. It's an intricate procedure, and as they haul it backwards, a major problem arises.
Just making sure it doesn't catch up with the fuel tank.
To avoid ripping open the fuel tank and spilling hundreds of litres of combustible diesel, they need to reposition the trucks and hoist the lorry from the front. But as they complete the final lift back onto the carriageway, oil is leaking from the engine.
You got a bucket or anything anywhere? Yeah, the sun's gone, it's got all. Never lifted up in the air, there's two shots for it. Yeah, definitely.
With 70-mile-an-hour traffic speeding by just feet from the truck, they need to stem the flow fast.
We can speed it up and stop any more spillage where it is.
With the oil spill contained, the rescue is nearly over.
Это зомби, если.
After a grueling and dangerous 2 hours in the freezing rain, Mark and his crew successfully recover the wrecked vehicle.
It's always a good feeling to know the job's gone well, it's gone to plan, nobody's got hurt, and everybody's going home safely.
And the crew are relieved too. Mark's received some good news.
Luckily, it was just a driver and he's sustained some injuries, but nothing life-threatening. He's a very, very lucky man, I think.
While England continues to be hammered by relentless wind and rain, in the Highlands of Scotland, the extreme drop in temperature has produced vibrant nacreous cloud formations, usually only seen over Arctic regions. In the village of Applecross, snowplow driver Chris is battling to keep a remote but crucial mountain road open. He's struggling in the fierce blizzards. As he climbs higher and higher, the snow gets so deep that there's a real danger his plough could be pushed off course, sending him crashing down into the valley 1,000 feet below.
But as soon as you get up there, you're dealing with a task. You forget about the dangers. It's just what we have to do.
The road is a major artery, connecting the village of Applecross with the rest of the country. With over 500 accidents on Highland roads each year, Chris knows how dangerous the pass can be, but he's desperate to keep it open for the sake of the community. As he reaches the 2,000-foot summit, the snow isn't letting up, making the fierce road conditions even worse. As Chris starts his descent, he reaches the first of 3 hairpins, the most perilous parts of his route, and as he attempts to turn the corner, his 13-ton truck loses its grip on the ice.
And I hate black ice so much. I know what it can do. I did a car with all the people, and we hit black ice. I was thrown to the car, quite a few serious injuries, so I hate ice. I hate it with a passion. The back end of the truck just wants to flick around. Come round the first hairpin bend, swung it round, and she's now stuck. Ice is just a nightmare. When you factor in the steepness of the hill, it's even worse.
Chris gets to work trying to free his truck from the snow.
Hairpin bends, a lot of people do get stuck. The steepest one on the hill. A lot of people get caught out on it, including me.
But beneath the snow, Chris reveals a thick layer of ice on the tarmac.
I'm just using the salt. Get it underneath the wheel. Hopefully we'll be getting going.
Job of clearing the snow during the winter is just unbelievable. It's relentless.
Chris is confident he can free his truck, but losing control of the first hairpin doesn't bode well for the rest of the perilous route. So with the blizzard getting worse, and how much about his schedule, Chris is forced to make a decision.
We've got all this not clear yet. 2 hairpins. Drifting here, there's drifting down there. There's no way we're going to clear it tonight. I don't want to get stuck up here, so I'm just going to get the truck and see if we can get off now.
Chris has freed his truck, but with half of the pass still covered in thick snow, he knows it's just too dangerous for the local commuters to use. He has no choice but to retreat back down the mountain and close the road.
It's just going to be too dangerous to stay up here. We're going to leave the road closed and we'll give it a go tomorrow once daylight comes in.
As Chris descends through the snow line and returns to sea level, the storm calms. But with the blizzard still raging up above, the route will remain severed for the isolated villages.
Yeah, you feel a little bit responsible. Maybe you could have done more, but sometimes you just can't do anything.
We'll have to try again tomorrow.
While Chris is being beaten by the blizzards on the west coast of Scotland, the storms move east, leaving a trail of destruction in their wake. The Cairn Gorms are battered by 144-mile-an-hour winds and record river levels, and the lowlands inundated with the highest recorded rainfall in Scottish history. Thousands of homes are destroyed and roads and bridges decimated. In Perthshire, relentless rainfall has caused some of the most extensive flooding in the country, and many of the surrounding villages have been cut off. It's 8 p.m. on the outskirts of Perth. Breakdown engineer Stevie has just received a call from a stranded elderly woman, one of the RAC's highest priority call-outs. She's all alone in the cold, dark night.
Just been dispatched a job, vehicle stuck in mud. It's bogged down, so she's maybe been caught out with the weather conditions.
In the last 2 months, the RAC have received over 2,500 calls from drivers stranded in waterlogged ground.
There's been a lot of heavy rain. The ground suffered so greatly with all the flooding we've had. They got stuck. There's a possibility I might get stuck as well. If we approach it in a sensible manner, there shouldn't be any problems.
When Stevie arrives, things aren't quite as simple as they seem. 77-year-old Mary had driven to a friend's new house build, but he wasn't there, and now she's stranded on the remote building site.
Hi there, I'm Stevie.
Yes, I do. That's my car. And it was quite scary, and it was cold, and it was windy. I began to panic a little bit then. How am I going to get myself out of this? Down there. I thought I would get tucked there. Instead of that, it just stuck.
There's been a lot of rain overnight. Is that what caught you out on the soft ground, or was it?
Stevie gets to work, trying to shift Mary's car out of the bog.
It was foggy, and it was wet, and the car just sunk right into it.
She's very well stuck anyway, that's for sure. She'll get the van on it, and you should be laughing soon.
Stevie plans to drag the vehicle out of the mud, using straps attached to his van. And to do it, he needs to get within close range of both the car and the mud.
A very new experience. I've never done this before.
But while Stevie has been attaching the straps to Mary's car, his 3-ton recovery van has been steadily sinking.
Most definitely my heart sunk.
I wasn't going forward at all. You feel so helpless. We were quite well stuck at the moment.
I thought, goodness, how are we going to get out of this?
Stevie's rescue mission is spinning out of control. The weather in the north of England has got so bad that a different kind of rescue specialist is required to save lives. Rural villages in the northwest are suffering massive flooding after Storm Desmond delivers 13 inches of rain in just 24 hours. The search and rescue teams of the Maritime Coast Guard Agency are on full alert, responding to a raft of stranded residents in the Cumbrian village of Cooley Bridge who've been caught up in the deluge of floodwater. Winch operator Zach is on the front line.
Every day is a challenge, and you don't know what you're going to until you get there. You're an emergency service. On that day with Storm Desmond, we were extremely busy. We went out and actually rescued 11 different people. It's just straight into what have we got, where have we got to go. We really didn't get a chance to get to sleep or eat. It was just busy from start to finish. It's my normal day job. I go to work and rescue people.
Over 5,000 homes have been devastated by the floods, and there's no let-up in the weather. 99-mile-an-hour winds and relentless rain are pummeling Cooley Bridge.
The weather conditions were really challenging on that day. We could see the extent of the floods. We could see how much the water was overflowing. We've seen houses being washed away. We've seen bridges collapsing. We could see that it was massive, massive disaster. When we got the call through from the Coast Guard about the family of 6 at Cooley Bridge, they straight away told us there was young children involved. I was thinking straight away, my children at that age, they weren't able to swim, and just, the natural fear for them. So we need to get there to get them out, get them to a safe position and away from that rising water. I would never give up on my kids, so I'd never give up on theirs.
And as they arrive, they find the family stranded and in danger. A distraught mother is clinging onto her baby, but they'll have to be separated if they're going to be winched up to safety. As the UK continues to be battered by a succession of savage storms, the emergency services across the nation are being pushed to their limits. Weather extremes have seen northern England and Scotland receive up to 4 times the average monthly rainfall. Rivers have burst their banks, causing some of the worst flooding witnessed for hundreds of years. In the village of Pooley Bridge in Cumbria, 6 people, including a young child and a baby, are about to be washed away by the surge of floodwater ripping through the country. The situation is critical, and the flying conditions are some of the most dangerous the Coast Guard winch operator Zach and his crew have experienced.
When we arrived at Pooley Bridge, it was still night time, and the weather conditions were still really, really poor. There was a lot of rain, there were hurricane force winds, it was dark, which makes it harder anyway. And it was just generally not a nice place to be, and one of the worst rescues, weather-wise, that I've been on. It's my role as the winch operator when we're on scene to deliver the winchman to the casualty. There's lots of dangers whilst you're winching, looking at all times for clearances to make sure we're not going to hit anything. You get on with it, you just deal your training, gets you to deal with the job first. You don't really have time to dwell on it.
With no time to spare and 6 lives in danger, the crew jump into action.
You could see the rising water was flowing really fast. It was heading towards the bridge, which later collapsed due to the water. At that point, we didn't know how long the house was going to remain there, whether it was going to collapse. It was completely enveloped in water. It was halfway at the door, and the family was still inside. They'd been in the water a while, starting to get cold, starting to get hypothermic. The safest means to get them to dry land was using the helicopter.
Following their strict protocols, the crew must lift the baby up to the helicopter without its mother, so that the specialist winchman can ensure its safety.
We can usually lift 2 at a time. In this case, we brought the 2 ladies up together. There was obstructions, there was domestic power lines, there were trees, there was debris that was flying around. So they had quite a long winch in, and they were on the wire for probably 40 seconds. We brought the young baby up with the winchman. I felt sorry for the lady at that point because she was very upset and she wanted her little child with her. So as soon as we could, got the young child on board. It was very emotional giving the baby to the mother because you could see that she was very, very upset and she just wanted to hold the baby.
Despite the hurricane winds and menacing conditions, Zach and his crew get the whole family on board.
They were just so happy to be reunited in the helicopter, so happy that they were all safe, there was no injuries. They were just happy and really, really, really grateful to us. You know you've done something good that day.
While the communities of Pooley Bridge recover from the catastrophic floods, the weeks of torrential rain in the rest of the country have seen a huge rise in stranded drivers who have become cut off by the floods or trapped by saturated roads. In Perth, stormwater has created a mud bath on the rural lanes. Local resident Mary has got her car firmly stuck in the mud, and now her would-be rescuer, patrolman Stevie, has got his wheels spinning.
The mud, unfortunately, was very deep and bad. The van was also stinking. Well, we've been here for a wee while.
77-year-old Mary has been bogged down for 2 hours now. As it gets later, the temperature drops and the situation is getting desperate.
It was starting to get quite frosty, that was threatening snow. I was concerned that Mary was going to get too cold.
Stevie resorts to brute force to get himself unstuck.
I've been stuck before. I've always managed to get myself out. That's part of the process, really.
It doesn't work. Luckily, Mary's friend Paul, who lives on the property, returns home and jumps into action to help Stevie.
plan is to just try and keep on doing what we're doing. We are moving forward.
Stevie's new plan is about to be put to the test. He wants to pit Paul's 13 stone against the 3-ton bogged down vehicle.
I'm a very optimistic person, so never give up.
What's made you thinking, eh? I'll just go down and come in the grass. No.
Paul enlists the help of his wife for extra pushing power.
Was there trying to watch them and not getting anywhere. Every time he seemed to get forward a few inches, the wheel started spinning and it just seemed to slide back to where it was.
The rescue mission has reached a dead end. Stevie needs to come up with a solution soon, or the rescuer may need rescuing. As the superstorms continue on a rampant path across the UK, the months of heavy rain have finally taken their toll on much of the country's infrastructure. Bridges have completely collapsed, cutting off rural communities. And the sheer weight of water that's come flowing down from the mountains has caused devastating landslides. The cost of repairing the carnage is forecast to run into the billions. In the Highlands, 150 tons of mud and rock have crashed down a mountainside onto a busy road. Council manager Graham is rushing to the scene.
We've had Storm Gertrude and now Storm Henry, which has caused the ground to be absolutely saturated. We've had word that there's a landslide blocking the road, B9176 in Rossshire.
Graham fears that the landslide is still on the move.
The danger is that people can come out upon them round a corner or something like that without realising they're there. And that can cause major damage or to cars and also injuries to the travelling public.
As he arrived, Graham was relieved to find the council workers already getting stuck into the cleanup. They've shifted 70 tons, only 80 more to go.
Sure. You just try to clear the debris. We've got some lorries coming part of the way to the dam. Also trying to stabilise the top of the bank there at the wall, just to get rid of some of the stuff that's trickling over the edge.
Drivers are being forced to turn back. Excavator operator Alan.
You know, nothing's getting by here. There's stuff trickling down all the time, especially if it's still wet, so there's a risk.
The main danger is more slippage. The more material that comes down, the more risk there is to the road itself.
Graham heads up the mountainside to inspect the damage from above.
Oh dear.
It doesn't look good.
What's effectively happened is there's a pond of slurry sitting there now, very, very wet, very mobile, and will easily end up with the road.
Graham is worried that with more storms forecast tonight, they could be facing another major landslide, causing misery for commuters and locals who rely on the road. Over in Perth, it's just gone midnight. While trying to rescue Mary's car from the quagmire, breakdown patrolman Stevie has ended up getting his own van stuck in the mud. He's roped in Mary's friend Paul to help out.
Do you think it'll be easier if you pulled from the front on a rope rather than push from the back?
Let's not push, let's pull.
Stevie's plan is a long shot, but it's his final option.
Okay. Right. Really good thing that's really good now, it's got nearly go.
Paul is not convinced.
No, can't see it.
Incredibly, Stevie's radical plan has worked.
You are your strongest man. You are your breakfast this morning.
With his van back on dry land, Stevie uses his winch to pull Mary's car to safety.
Now we know we should have done this in the first place. He looks happy. Our car's coming out back to reality again. That should be you. Job done. Hallelujah.
Thank you very, very much. I'll be eternally grateful to you. I just thought if I hadn't been so stupid, it would never have happened. I'll get a lot.
No problem at all.
In the highland town of Achenduni, a landslide is causing major disruption to motorists. Local resident Tim is hoping the road can be opened as soon as possible for the sake of the community.
We're living here at the bottom of the hill, and the landslide is across here. Normally it's quite a busy road. Knock-on effect is nothing moving.
With a fleet of dump trucks, excavators and chainsaws, the crew are working around the clock to get the road open. They even managed to salvage parts of the wall smashed down by the landslide.
I love the worst of it straight up now, so we'll wheel out the trucks and sweep up the rest, and the lorry's here to pick it up.
That's all we can here at the moment. That's what's down there.
The clean-up mission is accomplished.
Most of the locals will be happy. That's not me so much. We'll get more traffic noise again.
With this winter's succession of relentless storms, it's not just the UK's council workers that are feeling the strain. The RAC's roadside assistance teams are dealing with the seasonal surge in emergency calls, 1 every 2 seconds. And over 86,000 breakdown calls they receive every year are from the most dangerous location, the motorway.
Good morning, you're talking to Jenny. How can I help? Please pop through to a safety advisory call zone.
And with 3 out of every 5 motorway accidents involving a broken down vehicle on the hard shoulder, it's a call that even the operators are afraid to receive.
With a motorway breakdown, they are the highest priority we can give them. It's not a good place to be on the hard shoulder. The patrols, when they're out on the roadside, it's a very risky job. You know, they take their life into their hands.
In the past, up to 8 breakdown engineers were killed by passing vehicles every year. So patrolmen like Kevin dread nothing more than an emergency call out to a motorway.
I used to phone my wife every time I went out on the motorway when I first started the job, just to let her know that if she didn't see me again, I was probably dead at the side of the garage. It was quite scary for me. It was just the initial shock, I suppose, of having 40-ton wagons come roaring by you at 50 miles an hour to be 5 or 6 inches away, and a lot of people find it funny to get quite close to see if they can scare you.
A call has come in from Stephen, a young teacher who is stranded on the M62 motorway at rush hour, the most hazardous time to be on the road.
Being a teacher, the first thing that's rolling through your head is what you're going to do that morning, what lessons you've got to do, your routine. I noticed a rumbling in the back of the car, kind of panicking, thinking, oh, I'm just going to the car, if my engine goes, I managed to pull over, and it was only then that I kind of realised what happened.
Stephen has had a high-speed blowout on the offside of the vehicle, the most dangerous position for Kevin to attempt a wheel change.
Yeah, I feel okay. Do you know what happens? It's not easy. Okay. Do you know where your walnut key is? Yeah. So we're just going to get the gentleman's lucky walnut key, and then we're going to give him a whistle and a high-vis vest. And I think that just keep watch for as soon as we're working with a front and a hard shoulder. Into the group, stand down by my down, and if anybody looks like they're going to hit the hard shoulder and hit us, just give me a big blast on the whistle. Stay on this side of the other side of the barrier. Is that alright? Yeah.
That's what it was. It's been hit, isn't it? You know, if something happens, like you see it well, where you see the way people are, you see the way people don't indicate and they don't, they just pull out and stuff. And you think, well, you said if you stood on our shoulder, well, one of those things could control for me.
Driver Stephen keeps a watchful eye on the oncoming traffic, while Kevin starts the wheel change.
I'm in a bright orange jacket, can't really miss it. And yet trucks still come roaring down the motorway. Really inches between them and me.
Oh, super.
I
Yeah.
physically blow you into the car. So I have to stop what I'm doing, huddle up to the car, while the truck goes by. It scares the living daylights out of me even now, and I've been doing it for nearly 6 years.
Сюда, не туда, сюда.
Tries to change the wheel under extreme pressure. A huge truck races by and threatens to knock him off balance. This winter has seen the UK battered by a series of hurricane-force winds and a deluge of floods. 9 large-scale cyclonic storms lashing our coasts within the space of 2 months. Luckily, there's been a break in the weather, but on the M62 in West Yorkshire, patrolman Kevin is still in danger. He's changing a tyre right next to the live carriageway. And with over 1,500 people killed or injured on the hard shoulder each year, he's well aware of how vulnerable he is. A heavy-duty flatbed truck rushes past just inches away, forcing him to duck from cover. Teacher Stephen was on his way to school when he had a high-speed blowout. Now he's acting as lookout for Kevin.
He was right next to the edge of the road, and the lorry just went flying past, kind of there with his whistle, looking at the oncoming traffic, thinking, oh, it's his life in my hands.
With Stephen watching his back, Kevin can crack on with the wheel change.
I wouldn't like to do it. Yeah, I think certainly this weather, I think I wouldn't like to do it, John. I think he's very brave. It was bad enough getting out of my car. I wouldn't like to be where he is now with his back to the traffic and stuff.
The risky wheel change is a success.
I don't mind standing up in front of a lot of teenagers and teaching, but I don't know what to do with kids when I'm not doing it. I'm not sure what's more difficult to do than we see that. We can't do jumps. How many hours jump per day? You can do out for a day. I'm not sure what to do.
Stephen heads off. He doesn't want to be late for school. As Britain continues to be pummeled by a series of ferocious storms, up in the Highlands of Scotland, the snows are arriving. Brutal blizzards and 90-mile-an-hour winds are causing mayhem. Over the course of winter, 2 million tons of grit are used to compound Big Freeze. The Highland Council spends £5 million a year to try and keep the traffic moving. Snowplow driver Chris is tackling the storms head-on. Black ice leads to thousands of accidents a year in the UK. Chris's job is to clear the notorious Applecross Pass and keep it safe for locals who rely on the road, which connects their isolated village to the rest of the country. It's the evening rush hour, Chris's most important part of the day, and he's just received a distressing call.
Hello? Where are you? Right, give me a call when you get to the town and fest, because it's snowing quite heavily just now. Let you know when it's coming. Fuck help.
Chris's partner Liz, the nurse, lives in Applecross. She's attempting to drive home, but the road is too hazardous to take on in these blizzards. Chris knows her life could be in danger if he doesn't reach her first.
What do you think? You're going to say it changes.
So she's on the way over from Loch Carron to Applecross. Hopefully, we'll be able to get them over the hill.
On the higher altitudes, the pass has too much snow and ice for Liz's car to handle. So Chris needs to get down to her before she arrives at the snow line.
Hi, honey, you okay? Wait to the passing place, big passing place, and I'll come down there.
And as Chris gets closer, he realizes that Liz is not the only driver trying to cross the pass. A whole queue of commuters are desperately trying to get home. They're all relying on Chris to safely guide them across the snow-hit mountain.
Oh, hi, Lily. There's been about 1 inch, 2 inches on top. If you stay
behind with the other cars. I'll take you across. Okay, alright, see you then.
With 4 cars in tow, Chris sets off up the mountain. The storm is getting worse by the second. Chris knows from experience that leading a convoy at night can be highly dangerous. In these conditions, not only does the increased traffic pose a greater risk, but Chris is now responsible for the lives of multiple drivers.
Take them over to the Applecross side. The Applecross side will have quite a bit of snow on it.
As they reach the snow line, the convoy will need to stay within close range of Chris's snowplow. Bolts and grit he uses to melt the ice will be covered over in minutes.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Pete. I was just going around the first airpin block camera side. Taking them over to Applecross. Heavy snow again. I don't know how much is down the Applecross side.
Following Chris's 13-ton truck uphill is seriously risky.
We're near the top, so once they're at the top, we'll be able to get them down.
Chris is driving on nothing but snow and ice. If he loses traction, he could collide with the entire convoy. But following Chris is their only hope of getting home.
Still snowing, it's still drifting in places.
The convoy is nearing 2,000 feet and is pitch black. At the worst possible moment, Chris sees that one of the cars is missing.
In fact, I'm only seeing 3 vehicles. Oh no, yes, okay. Panic over.
With emergency help potentially hours away, Chris can't afford any accidents. Chris has finally reached the summit. The convoy begins its descent down the perilous slope. With Chris's truck as their only beacon of hope, they follow the ice-covered hairpins into the darkness below. After a nerve-wracking struggle across the formidable pass, Chris has led the group, and his partner Liz, to safety.
Pull over and let these cars go now. You should be okay from now on, Ted. Bye-bye. See you later.
For the teams who keep our roads moving this winter, every safe journey is a personal reward.
What's your goal? If it's having the stamina to take on anything, there's a soul guard for that. Is it putting your body to the test? There's a soul guard for that. Or is it never having to use a filter? There's even a soul guard for that. Whatever your goal is, there's a soul guard for that. Inspired by nature and backed by science since 1947. Soul guard, find your gold. I have a feeling it's about to get a lot more complicated. Do I look like a babysitter? Stop. You look very nice. Need some more, Skipper?
Sudden violent storms.
That's what I was thinking. And we had to get these people off.
Just a total heading down.
Shocking, life-threatening road conditions.
If you should have hit that, it probably would have been game over.
the basically horrendous and dangerous.
And outbreaks of treacherous black ice.
I have never seen anything as disturbing or as scary as this particular incident.
Very plain to see they're doing something even if it's after that.
From the breakdown patrols who work all hours to rescue drivers in need.
It was my what's name.
To the heavy recovery specialists.
This is the hardest bit getting them up.
Who pick up the pieces when disaster strikes.
I suppose they walked away, really.
There was no taking away from that in a split second.
These are the everyday heroes who save the day when Britain gets battered.
Brown's Japanese. I can't believe that. That's just so powerful.
This week, brutal weather leads to a devastating pileup of horrific proportions.
In France, we've several vehicles, some of which were damaged beyond recognition.
Blinding rain causes a terrifying aquaplane in the fast lane.
At that point, that driver has then got no say where that car goes to.
Deadly snowdrifts in the Scottish Highlands sees a community shut off.
I'm actually going to turn around here. The visibility is quite good.
And a teenage driver has a lucky escape.
I was going to Vegas, but am I going to die?
This winter has seen the most changeable, volatile weather since records began. In the space of 3 weeks, shock tidal surges, snow blizzards, and now flooding, the nation is taking a battering. Storm Angus is ravaging the country. As it unleashes its force on the southwest of the UK, towns and roads are flooded. Now the storm is heading out to sea, putting ships in deadly danger. 70-mile-an-hour winds are making sea travel deadly. 3 miles off the Dover coast, there's an emergency mayday call, signalling to the Maritime Coast Guard that a ship is in serious danger. A 650-foot-long cargo ship has crashed into a smaller barge. The barge has been towed to safety, but the ship is taking on water. It's in serious danger of crashing into rocks. The captain has requested that all 23 crew be rescued. It's too dangerous to lower their lifeboats into the violent waves, so they need an air rescue. Fast. Within minutes of the damaged ship's SOS call, 2 local maritime rescue agency helicopters scrambled to the scene. Rescue pilot Dave and his team have to battle through the ferocious Storm Angus to reach the sea.
The only information we received on route was that the ship had lost power and had drifted into this barge. The vessel was potentially sinking, and we had to get these people off.
In 20 years of flying, Dave's never seen weather so bad.
It's the worst conditions I've flown in the Kent area.
Now Dave and his team need to evacuate all the sailors on board. But as the rescue chopper's too big to land on the ship, the men will have to be winched to safety in gale-force winds. With a raging sea below, it's a nightmare scenario. Winchman Rob has to risk his life, going down the wire into the mayhem below.
You're not a little bit scared when you go into a situation like that, and you've not fully understood the environment you're going into.
Pilot Dave is under huge pressure to keep the chopper steady in the worst storm he's ever flown in.
We have to be careful about winchman tends to be blown further behind the aircraft, so we have to make sure that the winchman's safe. We're not snagging the winch cable on any part of the vessel. As the wind hits the superstructure of the vessel, inside of the vessel, we can potentially get quite a lot of turbulence.
Rob's terrifying descent to the sinking ship begins. Dangling just above huge freezing waves, there's a real danger he'll crash into the side of the ship. Against the odds, Rob's made it. Once on board, it's complete chaos.
For these 4 individuals, something like this has probably never happened before to them in their life, so people react in lots of different ways. There were people who were genuinely shaken and panicked, but I spoke to somebody that's definitively in charge at the time. It transpired he was actually the ship's cook, who just happened to be very good at managing the scenario down there. And from there we established the amount of people on board and the amount of people that we had to evacuate.
Rob now realises this is even worse than he thought. They need to evacuate 4 times the amount of people they can fit on the helicopter.
We can normally fit 5 or 6 people in the aircraft. So we had to work out how we can get 23 people off this vessel.
To make matters worse still, limited fuel is adding another time pressure.
The minute I leave the aircraft, I need to have a mental note of how much time I've got on the ground or on the ship before I need to be getting off thrusters and actually leaving and going for fuel.
If fuel runs too low, they'll have to abandon the sinking ship. Rob has just seconds to teach the terrified crew how to use a winch.
Most of these people probably never been in a helicopter before in their life, and they've almost certainly not been winched from a ship to a helicopter in a what probably looks to them like quite a rescue spot. So I need to give them instructions in exactly what to do.
The tricky procedure involves fitting a strap around the chests of the sailors to lift them to safety. If they raise their arms during the winch, they face a 50-foot drop into the raging sea and almost certain death.
It would be easy for them to actually slide out of there if they didn't do the right thing.
As the winch begins, it's a terrifying 30 seconds for the sailors and Rob. If they panic, lives will be lost.
When you see people getting winched to safety, until they're inside that helicopter, it's just completely focused to make sure things don't go wrong.
Dave, Rob and the team managed to evacuate 11 passengers from the ship before a backup helicopter arrives to assist. Miraculously, no one was hurt in the rescue.
It's a great feeling when you've done a job where you've made a difference to these people and potentially you've saved them. I think the whole crew get a lift from that.
Weather warning for ice this morning. It seems are treating the main road. Strong winds and snow expected this evening, with motorists warned to take extra care.
England's motorways are over 4,500 miles long, with the fastest, busiest and most dangerous traffic. They're patrolled by Highways England traffic officers who have passengers in danger, and winter's their busiest time. On the M56 near Warrington, traffic officers Jason and Michael are racing to the scene of a serious rear-end smash involving a woman and her young child.
It could be a very routine job and suddenly it can turn into a major incident. So you need to have your wits about you and you need to think on the fly.
It's rush hour, and to make matters worse, the stretch of motorway where the incident has taken place has virtually no hard shoulder. The woman and child are in grave danger.
It doesn't take a genius to work out that if we had a secondary road traffic collision at that location, it could be really serious incidents.
On the M56 near Warrington, Highways England traffic officers Jason and Michael are responding to a serious accident involving a woman and her young child.
It's very busy around there, yeah. It's like across all the extra traffic, human traffic.
It's rush hour on this notoriously dangerous stretch of motorway, and the traffic is racing by at 70 miles an hour. The woman and her child are in danger. On the scene, the 2 badly damaged cars show telltale signs of a classic rush hour collision.
Quite an accident, quite a big hit.
Jason needs to quickly find out if the
Yeah. Okay. So he's gone into the back of the unit, has he? And this has just happened then, has it?
About half an hour.
Oh, okay, so you've been in a while. Okay. Right, okay. And you're okay yourself, you're not feeling any effects? Okay, so you don't need ambulance or anything?
No.
Laura was on her way home with her daughter when the terrifying accident happened.
It's not screaming. The baby in the car is further away from this. Needs to get home, get to the It was dangerous. There's never anything down with that.
There couldn't have been a much worse place to have a road traffic collision. A lot of people think that the hard shoulder is the safest place to be. It's not. It's equally as dangerous as being on the main carriageway. We need to get behind the crash barrier at the embankment if possible, as far away from the vehicles. In this particular instance, that wasn't possible. There was nowhere to go.
Jason wants to get Laura and her child off the motorway, but there's a wall in the way. So the safest place for them to be is belted up in their car.
You sit in here, put your seatbelt on, then we'll try out some recovery. Alright.
But the major worry is that any minute, a passing vehicle could smash into the back of their car at 70 miles an hour.
The worst thing that could happen if we're not here, somebody could crash into the back of one of these cars quite easily. It has happened.
Jason kicks into action. He quickly gets high-vis cones down to try and slow the traffic.
We work very closely with our traffic officer colleagues in the regional control centre. When we get sent to any particular job, they're the ones watching our backs on the motorway. They're looking at the cameras, they're advising us of what we're about to face. So it's a dangerous job.
Jason gets on the radio to ask HQ to reduce the speed limit as soon as possible. But some drivers aren't paying attention.
You can see from the speed of traffic now, I know from my colleagues in the regional control centre that 50%. You just have to take one look at the traffic and realise that's been completely ignored. Because the lady in front has got a small child, well, then let's stay on scene and make sure her recovery is completed safely.
Even the traffic officers are fearful.
If it had just been us on the hard shoulder, there's no doubt that we wouldn't have stayed there. It was a very dangerous location. The light was dropping, temperature was dropping, it was rush hour. There was no place of safety. However, it was my decision at that time that to leave would have been an even more dangerous situation. It doesn't take a genius to work out that if you have a secondary road traffic collision at that location, it could be a really serious incident.
The other driver, Jamie, says it was a lorry driving too fast that caused him to crash into Laura. As cars thunder past them on the exposed hard shoulder, the crash victims are in serious danger.
The HGVs, the buses that are going past here, you feel the vibration in your chest as they go by. And the breeze is actually even pushing some of our emergency traffic management across. That's how close they are.
Eventually, a recovery vehicle arrives for Laura.
Right, we'll make the move through. I'll carry the baby seat, and the lady will carry a child over in the car.
Michael's highly trained in roadside recovery, but there's one challenge here that he can't manage.
I wish we were more helpful. We should have done more with baby seats, but sadly I don't want to show them. We're not that.
The car's loaded onto the recovery vehicle, and a relieved mum and child are finally off the roadside death trap.
Right, we're in centre. Right, safe journey onwards, alright?
Laura's safely heading home, and another recovery vehicle arrives for Jamie.
Hi, Bob. How are you? Keys are in it, mate. Go super. Is it driving on? Yeah, go drive on. Okay, keep yourself warm.
I'm at the end now, just freezing out there. Can't wait to get home, just get warm or anything. Get from my parents.
So at least he's going to be away. Temperature's dropped now as well. So that's a good result. 2 vehicles away. 2 happy customers. The right decision to stay. They were vulnerable. There's no place of safety. At least our emergency traffic management's done the job. And especially with a mother of that small child. That's a scary thing. As a father myself, that's the worst case scenario. I wouldn't want to be in that situation.
Finally, Jason and Michael clear the scene.
I'm happy we've got another car. That's recovery's going okay very quickly. When we turned up on scene, the relief in the month's space.
And it's on to the next job.
Traffic control, so any other jobs feel free to go.
Britain's motorways are a dangerous place to be, with almost 2,000 drivers killed every year. In winter, they're especially hazardous for drivers, as ice, storms, snow, fog and rain cause chaos on our motorways. But those who work keeping our highways safe are even more vulnerable, facing terror on a daily basis. In this video, a Highways England officer is helping a driver who's broken down on the hard shoulder. He's behind the car when a lorry smashes through cones and cordons and heads straight towards him. He narrowly avoids certain death. In In the last 10 years, over 300 roadside workers have been seriously injured in accidents on Britain's motorways and A roads. This CCTV footage shows a lorry leaving the live lane at speed and mowing down a breakdown engineer as he works to help a motorist on the hard shoulder. Miraculously, he survived and suffered 2 broken vertebrae. Merseyside Police fatal collisions investigator Mike McFall knows only too well the risk involved when attending roadside incidents.
We find as police officers when we're deployed to incidents on the motorway that they are very dangerous places to work. Cars are moving very, very fast. Always treat them differently to what you would find, the way you would treat an incident on the side road, because you're all the time watching the traffic that's coming towards you.
But nothing could have prepared Mike's team for how events unfolded in the aftermath of a crash on the M57.
We were called to an incident in which there had been a number of collisions, and on arrival, Highways England were already present, and all emergency services, including the fire brigade, were at the scene dealing with the collision that happened.
An accident has left 2 cars smashed up on the grass verge, and the weather's taken a turn for the worse.
What we had was covered of a mix of hail, snow, sleet and rain, which is a real nightmare. You've got a wedge of water, a wedge of ice there, so all the time you're watching your back, you're watching the motorist because traffic is coming at you at 70 miles an hour.
A female police officer goes to help drivers involved in the incident.
You've got a normal winter's day, routine as it appears, pouring rain, sleet, hail and snow, the sort of working environment that my traffic officers are out in every day of the week. The officer walks to the front of that fire service appliance and finds herself in the gap between the fire service appliance and the Highways England vehicle.
Then, the unthinkable happens.
We'll see a Mercedes that comes out of lane 3, the car just loses complete traction and control. At that point, that driver has then got no say where that car goes to, and it is entirely fate as to whether they end up a grass verge with a damage only to the vehicle, or whether they end up crashing into somebody and killing them.
Fortunately, no one was in the Highways vehicle, and the officer only sustained minor injuries.
I've been in charge of fatal investigations and serious injury collisions since 1999, and in all the time I've been doing that role, I have never seen anything as disturbing or as scary as this particular incident. It's fate that saved that officer from dying.
The car hitting a pedestrian at only 40 miles per hour proved fatal. On this occasion, disaster was narrowly avoided.
Everybody's been, like me, equally shocked and horrified at the prospects that took place there of losing a colleague through a death on the road. That clearly is a matter of fate that we have that officer still with us.
Meanwhile, up north, the ferocious storm Barbara arrives, hitting Scotland hard.
This massive hook of cloud, which is Storm Barbara, has been pushing its way in.
90-mile-an-hour winds and torrential downpours are causing terror on the roads over the Christmas holidays.
Quality Rescue, good afternoon. You talk to Jenny, how can I help?
At the height of the storm, the RAC are receiving a deluge of emergency calls.
Breakdowns just haven't stopped coming in today. A lot of people stranded roadside. It's just been really, really chaotic this morning. But we're getting to everybody.
Call handler Jenny's never seen it so busy.
It's more than just taking a breakdown working at the RAC. It's getting help to vulnerable people. It's our duty to get someone to them at the roadside and look after them and get them to where they need to be.
It's Boxing Day, and in the west of Scotland, breakdown engineer Mark's just starting his shift. He's just crossed over the Erskine Bridge, heading east to his base in Glasgow. Relentless rain is making the waterlogged roads treacherous. Suddenly, he spots an upended car that's come off the road and is lying backwards in a ditch. He's noticed 3 young boys frantically waving for help.
Just go around the corner.
Mark's instincts take over. He's not even called the job into HQ, but decides to go back. He's driving in the opposite direction, and the next turning is 2 miles away. He's desperate to reach the boys before the situation and the weather get worse.
There's 3 young lads, 20-year-olds, and the way they were getting their hands on us driving by, I think they're that young, they're a bit naive and more vulnerable.
The road's a notorious trouble spot that sees multiple accidents every winter. Mark knows another car could lose control and smash into the boys any moment.
There's no barrier for them to take refuge from, and I am concerned that if somebody else comes around that corner, there is no protection for them to not be hit from another car.
Hundreds of young drivers die every year on our roads. Father of 2 Mark is now praying he gets there in time.
As a parent myself, I've got 2 kids. It terrifies me. The younger drivers, they don't have that experience when you've been changing the weather, how slippy it's going to become. They're not expecting it. Fingers crossed that they haven't done anything stupid. They're alright. They should be on this road here, coming off the 50 manager carriageway. Here again, it is lit until night time, the way the weather is.
As Mark arrives, there's 1 car in a ditch and 2 more blocking the busy road. Another accident waiting to happen.
Well, it's interesting. The slip was like a blind bend. I need the traffic to slow down because I don't want another accident. There's a good chance another car's going to come along and do the exact same thing. It was my worst nightmare.
This winter, Storm Barbara's hit hard on the heels of Storm Angus, and Scotland is bearing the brunt of it.
Stormy weather very much dominating the UK's weather at the moment, and a number of Met Office weather warnings for Storm Barbara.
The Great Christmas Getaway is a disaster for drivers, causing mayhem
Storm.
on the roads.
The form you put.
Breakdown engineer Mark has spotted a car that's come off the road at a notorious accident black spot. But the occupants of the car are in danger. Mark's desperate to get to the scene before another car hits the slick bend and crashes into them.
It was my worst nightmare. On a blind slip road, the car's coming off. A dual car's about 50 miles an hour.
The 19-year-old driver crashed with his 2 younger brothers in the car and is badly shaken.
What happened?
I was coming in that corner, I was spun, then I was like there, and then he got to see what I came on.
That in the rain at that point, I take it. Aye.
The driver, Leo, was coming to the end of a 3-hour drive from Inverness to Glasgow with his brothers to visit their dad, the boxer.
Glasgow!
When the treacherous road conditions took him by surprise.
I can tell that's going off this. It all just happened too quickly. I held on to my brother's leg.
Du kan ha en båt.
Yeah, it's over.
So.
The moment of impact was traumatic for Leo.
I was going, right, this is it. Am I going to die? Like, and then not even that, like, oh, my brother's going to die. And it's like, I drove them down, so they were my responsibility. And if anything happened to them, then it would have been my fault.
Liam's called his dad to help, but Mark wants to get the car out of the ditch now, before someone gets hurt. Another driver stopped and offered to take Liam's younger brother somewhere safe, while he helps Mark recover the car. Mark knows they're still in grave danger until they get off the treacherous slip road.
The problem here with the coming off the 50 mile an hour carriageway over there, the car's up in this bend at 50 mile an hour. I'm hoping to see my lights now cause them to slow down.
But first he needs to pull the car out of the sinking mud.
But the ground is really soft. And there's absolutely no chance of
It isn't.
But because I'm in more solid ground, if we pull on this hard enough, it should just slide through it all right. But if it doesn't, then it's going to be a bigger vehicle. Use a bigger vehicle. Probably need to shut a lane down.
That is sure.
So to do that, it's not what I want to be doing, but I'll give it a shot. I'll probably leave the guy stuck.
As temperatures plunge, Liam
You should.
be over.
Oh.
Yeah, I want this to work. I want to go home. I want to go to my dad. This is why I'm here. I've been driving 3 hours and just about 5 minutes away. Just get off the road. I don't want this to work right now. I don't want to hang around any longer.
Right, I'll go for it. I can see with the traffic is
А вот здорово, не лезет. А мне как-то попал, разместилась там.
That's the stuff.
Fortunately, the ground is soft enough to release the car. And Liam's dad, John, has arrived on the scene.
Just seeing my dad, I kind of felt a bit more relief as well. You know, Dad's here. You know, everything will be fine.
We panicked when I heard that he'd gone through it, and I was thinking he was cutting a hood. Very difficult on once I think myself, and very hard it can be, especially in this weather conditions. So I was really glad because I see we had a sea man here, and I was thinking well for them, you know.
But they're not out of danger yet. Before Mark can let Liam leave, he needs to make sure the car's safe to drive.
It was absolutely caked in mud. That is a hazard on its own that can cause an accident. So doing a quick sort of assessment of everything, thought, you know, it didn't look that bad at this point.
The ground's that soft, I really don't think we could. I mean, the problem, I think we must have done, we'd lucky escape. And if they break that, I'm going to be noisy for a wee bit, right? So that mud and that comes out.
Liam knows he's had a very lucky escape, thanks to Mark.
Never known relief like that. It could have been so much worse. And I'm just so thankful that it wasn't. I'm so thankful that people were able to come out and help me get me out of this. Definitely not nice.
As Liam heads off to spend the rest of Boxing Day with his dad, Mark can't help but be affected by the boy's lucky escape.
I've got two kids at home, and I really hope that, you know, if they were in a similar scenario when they're a wee bit older, that somebody would stop and do the same. I'm just to leave the three boys that I'm actually made that Boxing Day meal. One piece.
100 miles north, the big freeze has arrived.
We are under a yellow warning of snow.
Don't travel when it's absolutely
Lots of snow that will cause chaos on the roads. Every winter, 2 million tons of grit is used to try and keep the roads safe from ferocious blizzards and black ice. In the northeast, the Cairngorm National Park has already been hit hard by sudden snowdrifts. Climbing through the steep mountain range is the notoriously dangerous A93. 2,000 feet above sea level, it's one of the highest roads in the UK. As the main route connecting Perth to Aberdeen, it's a crucial lifeline for the hundreds of people who live there to get to work and school. This road must remain open at all costs. And in charge of making sure the route is safe for the public is Road Supervisor Alan, who's testing the conditions for himself to see if it's passable.
Right, I think I'm going to put my drive here.
He's only halfway up the mountain road, but already it's looking treacherous.
Conditions are driving through now, mostly drifting.
The snow is over a foot deep, and relentless 40-mile-an-hour winds are making driving conditions even more dangerous.
The road's filling in because there's drifting snow from the sides. We're probably in about a foot of drifting snow at the moment.
Alan tries to reach the top of the road, but even with his specialist truck and expertise of driving in heavy blizzards, he's in danger of sliding off the mountain edge.
I'm not going to attempt. The visibility is quite poor. So I'm actually going to turn around here in a bit. There's still quite a bit to go up, still a fair climb. I'll only gradually get worse.
It's now so dangerous, Alan makes the hard decision to close the road to the public.
Now we've been up there, I realised it's still too windy. The road will be shut overnight. There's no even any point opening it now. I'll just phone back the control room, just tell them it'll be shut all night. You're clearing in the morning.
Closing the gates will have a massive impact on hundreds of locals who will be completely cut off.
It just means people's travel will be limited. Anybody staying on the Grampian side, the Braemar side, won't be able to get to Perth.
At the foot of the mountain range, locals have no idea how treacherous the conditions are higher up on the mountain.
Right back up there.
Oh, yeah, the wind's howling. It's not about
second blizzard, I'll clear up the top of blizzard, it's just be touched on it.
Alan has no choice but to lock the snow gates. But the pressure is now on him to clear this road and open it to the public as soon as possible. While the north of Scotland is fighting against blizzards, 450 miles away in the south of England, overnight temperatures have taken a sudden crash to -6, making the rush hour roads a hazard. In Oxfordshire, Amy, who's pregnant, and her partner Daniel are braving the winter roads to drive to hospital for a 20-week scan.
I was driving on the dual carriageway, they're doing between 45 and 50 mile an hour. The next one, Amy shouts out, "There's something in the road."
Unknown to Amy and Daniel, they narrowly miss a collision that would lead to a pileup of terrifying proportions.
There was a car that hit the central reservation, and the back end of the car was halfway across the lane, so they swerved to avoid hitting the car that was in the central reservation.
This video, shot from the other side of the road moments later, shows the chaos unfolding as more cars plough into each other and the tailback increases. So many paramedics are needed at the scene that Darren Weston is called to manage the operation.
I was told that there had been a multi-vehicle accident involving numerous cars. We weren't entirely sure of the severity of the injuries of the occupants within those cars. If we have a flood of calls into our control room via the 999 system, that is generally a good indication that the call is very serious.
It wasn't until we carried on driving to hospital that we saw multiple ambulances driving past and realised how severe it was. And we'd missed it by seconds.
Instantly, Amy was feeling sick, and I was shaking because it could have been us.
So far, a 20-car pileup stretching back for more than half a mile is causing more danger for oncoming traffic. Arriving at the scene, Darren and his team race to help casualties.
It is shocking to turn up and see 20 to 30 vehicles, all with damage in one severity or another. It was obvious that many had skidded sideways and up into the grass embankment and into the central reservation. In front of me were several vehicles, some of which were damaged beyond recognition.
But there's so many injured, Darren has to carry out emergency triage on the dual carriageway to prioritise who gets treatment first.
To turn up an incident like that, personally, it makes me feel, if I'm honest, a little bit scared.
Sure. Oh, you're dropping.
I need to get right.
15 people are treated at the scene, and 4 are taken to hospital. The treacherous weather conditions make the job dangerous.
The carriageway was exceptionally slippy, very, very icy. It was very hard to stand up. It was very hard to walk from one crash vehicle to the other without literally falling over.
Tragically, one woman died in the accident.
It's still very shocking. Every time that I turn up at a scene, it always amazes me how badly cars can become damaged, how even lucky people are to walk out of them, or unlucky.
The police investigation is still ongoing. Amy and Daniel realised they had a very lucky escape.
The first thing I said to you was we didn't kiss the kids goodbye, did we? We'd left them at my mum's and set about our day as normal. You just never know what's around the corner.
Gale force winds, driving rain, and freezing fog are causing terror on the roads across the nation. But the north of Scotland is suffering their worst snow blizzards this winter. Road maintenance staff have been working through the night to try and clear the roads. But the most notorious road is still to be tackled. The treacherous A93 mountain road is one of the highest in the UK. The road has been hit hard by snow blizzards and is now so dangerous it's being closed to the public, leaving hundreds who live there completely cut off. It's the worst snowstorm this winter. 40-mile-an-hour winds and another foot of snowfall overnight means they are pulling out the toughest machine to deal with it. Old-time snowplow driver Frank is excited about taking out the biggest and newest machine on the fleet to try and clear the toughest road on the patch.
He was setting this up as the snow plows are able to move the snow that cuts through, so it can move up to 300 tonne an hour. No matter what size of snow drift, up to 7, 8 feet, there's a management boiler. This is the main part here. The drum this for cutting through. It feeds it up into the back of that combine harvester. Bring down the side chute here. Hopefully we'll be able to clear that road today.
It's 5 a.m. and the temperatures are still below freezing, but Alan and Frank are under pressure to get the mountain pass open before daylight. Frank's excited to see what the new snow cutter can achieve.
Sometimes it's really good out. That's kind of weather. Hopefully we'll be able to see what it can actually do. I'm hoping to see a good bit of snow. As you say, I like going up here to play anyway, so the more snow the better.
But as Frank climbs higher up the mountain pass, there's a problem. There's so much snow, he's struggling to see the edge of the road.
And then changes. The higher up you get, the worse it gets. So the last 200 metres on the slide, as we call it, going up into the ski centre, that's the worst bit there from drifting.
There's no lights apart from Frank's full beam to stop him driving over the sheer mountain drop. And the 40-mile-an-hour brutal winds could blow the snow back onto the road.
But hit and miss. There's some days you won't be able to get the road in. The wind's bad, so just keep moving it back in. Whatever you do, it doesn't matter.
3 hours later, 900 tons of snow have been blown off 10 miles of road. Frank has managed to turn this wide road back to black. With roads clear, it's down to the gritters to make sure there's no black ice. At first light, Alan rushes to the foot of Glen Shee to open the road. Eager locals are waiting, desperate to get on with their lives. As one road opens in Scotland, another one closes near Northampton. Recovery driver Jamie is rushing to a head-on collision, which sounds like it could be fatal.
It's pretty horrific. My heart always goes out to people involved.
While Scotland is being blitzed by snow, the big freeze continues in England. It looks sunny, but with temperatures below freezing, the deceptive road conditions are a recipe for disaster. And it doesn't take long before the Arctic temperatures result in devastation on the roads. In Northampton, recovery driver Jamie is racing to a serious head-on collision.
It's Ford Focus and a Transit head-on, and they've got the police examination staff there on scene at the minute.
Head-on collisions are the call-outs recovery drivers dread most, and Jamie thinks this could be a tragic incident.
Not too sure what we're going to find yet. These sort of things can be quite gruesome, maybe. And not only that, the cars may be a difficult recovery. But we'll find out what happens when we get there.
Police have closed the road from Northampton to Daventry, and Jamie's up against time to clear the wreckage before rush hour starts.
The job needs to be done fairly quickly and get it right back over to the public as soon as possible.
Теперь не знаю, на второй этаж.
At the incident, Jamie's not sure how badly the vehicle's passengers have been hurt. But seeing the devastation,
в подвал.
suffered serious injuries.
It's not a job to go and recover crashed vehicles, and sometimes on scene you do have to steady yourself. It's very hard not to show your emotion, but you've also almost got to be emotionless and just get on with the job. If you let those sort of things get to you too much, then it can play havoc in your home life and almost stop you from doing your job to the best of your ability.
Already on the scene is Jamie's colleague Stevie, who's recovered a van.
It looks like it's got pretty severe damage on it. The engine's hanging out. The doors are all stoved in, almost touching the gear stick in the middle of the car. So it might be quite an interesting lift, really.
But it won't be easy. The sheer force of the impact has left parts of the car hanging loose.
So basically, we're going to set the crane up. We're going to get the legs out so they're stable. We're going to bring the crane up and around, straight over the top of the vehicle, and see where we get.
Jamie's just heard one of the drivers involved in the crash has been taken to hospital and is seriously injured.
Some of the wreckages we see are pretty severe, and sometimes you don't even know the make and model of the car, let alone where the people have come out of the car, and it's pretty horrific. My heart always goes out to the people.
Oh, it's just gone.
People who end up in hospital. But yeah, no, I do definitely think about it, yeah.
They need to preserve the car exactly how it is for further police examination. The difficult lift is called the no wheels to turn.
Basically, it just means that no wheels can turn from where they've been marked at the scene of the accident. It preserves the vehicle exactly how it was when it crashed, straight back into the depot, so the AI examination officers can come in again and have a look at it back in more detail.
Now Jamie needs to work quickly to clear the road and take the car away in one piece.
Steve in a minute, he's put some soft straps on the wheels, just so it stays secure, and we get the full leg of chains on in a minute.
Safety is a major concern. Lifting a car that's been this badly damaged has its own...
А, там трубы. Видимо, так и должно быть.
And when things start dangling down, start swinging around,
Это нас воду, вода, наверное. Сюда не фильтровать.
Anything could happen, really.
As Jamie lifts the car higher, it begins to sway, and he's under pressure to steady it and make it a safe.
Кондиционер или как?
pick the car up pretty high just to get this engine off the ground because the engine's hanging out.
Ну, все. А, ну вообще ничего не надо.
Seconds feel like minutes. But finally,
Тоже ничего не надо. Еще на второй этаж.
It's been a few hours since the accident happened. Jamie and Stevie are keen to open the road back up to the public as safely and quickly as possible.
Cars explode when they hit things head on.
Any instant we go out, so
Такой этаж еще подвал.
check with the officer when we finish, make sure he's happy that we've cleared everything. Otherwise,
Это
something
тебе
come along,
ничего не надо.
a bit of plastic or something we've left on the road.
Туалет.
Yeah, we make sure the job's cleared up properly before we leave the scene.
Jamie knows from personal experience there's also an emotional impact a crash like this leaves behind.
It's about 7 years back now. I had a head-on at 40 mile an hour, and that hurt. Fortunately, I was okay, and the other lady that was involved in the accident, she was okay. It becomes a bit blurry, but I just remember everything sort of going in a bit slow motion, like it wasn't almost happening, and then you come to a final rest, and then all of a sudden you come back into the real world again, and everything starts going crazy, and people, you're all right, you're all right. It's a terrifying situation to be in.
The job's over for Jamie, but his thoughts are still with the victims of the devastating crash.
Yeah, we're right in a good condition at the minute. Fingers crossed for him that he pulls through and starts getting a little better. It's just some of the things that we have to deal with within the job. Not much really, but hopefully I'll make it through.
А, тут сюда. Нет.
You probably know Vistaprint for business cards. But did you know we also print these, and those, and that, and definitely this? Okay, that's engraved where we print with lasers. At Vistaprint, we print your brand on everything, so your customers can notice you, remember you, and fall in love with you. Like, really fall in love with you. At Vistaprint, if you need it, we print it. Print everything for your small business at vistaprint.co.uk.
It's one of them.
I bet you found a bunch of girls when the first thing about people in cars.
That's not fair.
22 weeks in like 2 minutes. It's 30 that they have beautiful babies.
Sudden violent storms.
That's what I was thinking. And we had to get these people off.
Just a total
А, это на этот, не тут этаж.
Conditions.
If
Не-не-не.
The face of the crown.
А, стоп, не то крыло. А, я помню, через подвал так туда. А, нет. Сначала это крыло, потом то. Оттуда второй.
This is the hardest bit getting them up.
We'll pick up the pieces with disastrous tribes.
I'm surprised they walked away, really.
It was being taken away from you in a split second.
These are the everyday heroes who saved the day when Britain gets battered. This week, as violent storms smash the east coast,
Just reaching. There could be trouble.
a dangerous new craze of storm cells sees crowds in danger of being swept away.
That lands on you will take you to see his unforgiving.
Heavy snowfall up and down the country leaves motorists in danger of being stranded.
I'm going to hope we're going to see you because, you don't really have much chance of escaping if they do hit you.
And severe flooding plunders a remote Welsh village, leaving a trail of destruction and the locals devastated.
Filled the cell at 6 foot deep with water, so everything in the cell is hundreds of thousands of books, which are irreplaceable. It's overwhelming.
This winter, Britain has been battered by storms. The west coast was hit by Storm Angus, then Storm Barbara, which ripped through towns and cities, leaving a trail of destruction. Now the east coast is bracing itself for a violent storm surge.
The tidal surge is hitting the coast, and those living nearby are bracing themselves for possible flooding. Areas along England's east coast could see flooding that's a threat to life, according to the Environment Agency.
The authorities have issued over 65 flood warnings up and down the east coast. In Jaywick, the storm surge is expected to hit in 5 hours, and the locals are scared for their safety.
We're preparing for high tide this evening, that we've had an alert from 12 o'clock tonight. We're not worried, we was here 3 years ago with the same scenario, so we're pretty aware of what can happen.
People here haven't forgotten the tidal surge that hit in 2013, unleashing terror on their coastline, taking anything that stood in its path, including homes, businesses,
12 лет назад.
There's a lot of police about and fire engines, and I don't think I've experienced it before. And then even through Brexit, they seem to be prepared everywhere for the worst.
As Jaywick braces itself for the surge, further along the coast, the storm is already building. In Lowestoft, an emergency search and rescue team has been assembled to tackle the crisis facing the town.
So currently this evening we're expecting high tide in Lowestoft around 10 p.m. We are going to be setting off from here. We're currently going to 2 different areas within the town that we've deemed to be the most at risk. Significantly. There's currently
Еще один этаж.
over the barriers already, and so we are going to those first.
Еще этаж.
Lowestoft Coast Guard mobile, now leaving CRE.
Thomas Willis is one of the Coast Guards on duty.
Этим потом. А, вот переход на туда.
Gathering at the sea wall to snap storm selfies.
We are heading to the promenade. The reason we're heading that way is there's a big thing at the minute called
Ну, тут им сразу.
photos of them in crashing waves, which obviously is not a good thing. 1 cubic metre of seawater weighs a metric tonne, so we don't want people being swept away.
If they're to stop people endangering themselves, the team need to prevent the crowds from crossing the barrier onto the seafront.
Здесь, видишь, сколько. Это все зомби.
No. You can't. Get back. Back. Excuse me. These chaps just coming across. We've asked them not to come across, and they've crossed anyway. They were told by the police the other side to stay there.
There's no guard down there.
Right there. Just stop and have a look. Yeah, please don't get out of the car and go over to the seawater. Okay.
Yeah, do rock out there.
That's about 0. Mark, can I just have time check, please?
Time is 2040, Tom. 2040.
As the storm continues to build, crowds are still gathered around the seafront.
Getting towards high tide now, say. Yeah. We don't want to be caught out here.
I don't like it.
No.
They don't understand the danger that they're putting themselves in, unfortunately. They can be swept away in a heartbeat.
The east coast of Britain is in the midst of a life-threatening storm surge.
High tide hit North Lincolnshire around 15 minutes ago, with high tide due further down the coast in the next hour. There have been reports of waves 20 feet high, with storm winds also problems.
With high tide approaching, the emergency services broadcast an appeal to stop the hundreds of people who are heading to the seafront to take storm selfies.
For goodness sake, please do not go down to the sea defence. It's a very dangerous place to be.
Not go to that part of the ocean.
You can see how high it is now. We've got the surge on top of that. Waves are crashing over quite a distance. I don't know who the chap was that was just stood here. I do not want to be you. If that lands on you, it will take you. The sea is unforgiving. Please go home.
It's a very, very rough, extremely rough.
А, понял, что оставайтесь дома. Шторм.
Literally.
Видите, там
It is a very worrying sign. There could be trouble.
Now snow is falling, it's freezing, and more kids are turning up every minute to dangle on the edge of the sea wall.
ну что же ты делаешь? Сейчас такого нет, сейчас спокойно. Не знаю, опять. По прогнозу все спокойно.
Even I was terrified walking on this wall. And it's not. The ground just moved. I can't believe that. It's just so powerful. It's just incredible.
We've seen the sea damage boats and sea defences and stuff. So if it can damage a 5-6 foot thick wall, then it's going to damage a person, isn't it?
It's Coast Guard's job to protect the people on the seafront, so they have to stay here, even if there are people elsewhere who need their help.
We just put the truck here so that we've got some extra light, basically, to keep an eye on these people. They don't understand the danger that they're putting themselves in, unfortunately, and we can only advise them and request that they move back for their own safety, and they just don't want to do that. Now we have to stay here and watch them, so if something else happens along the coast, we're stuck here watching these people. It's really frustrating, actually. It's really, look at that. That was a close call. There was a child on there a minute ago, and they can be swept away in a heartbeat.
Безопасно.
Towns are being battered by the surge.
Это же небезопасно. С нами же
But despite being under 2 feet of water, the surge has peaked earlier than expected. Miraculously, no one was injured.
So it's just about 10 past midnight, I think. Fortunately, we got storm surge about an hour before the high tide, so this didn't cause the catastrophic flooding that we were expecting. We're all winded down now and heading home to our beds.
Вот.
Winter saw some of the worst floods the UK has ever seen. It destroyed homes, roads, businesses, and brought the country to a standstill. Yorkshire was one of the most affected areas.
flooding last year was quite a significant impact on the service. We were taking in excess 2-3 times the usual amount of calls we would expect at that time of year. Flooding was widespread across North Yorkshire.
In Newton-on-Ouse, 10 miles north of York, 30
For York.
secondary school students were travelling into school on the bus. It was the first day back at school after Christmas, and spirits were running high.
On the bus, there was everyone there, all my friends there, catching up before we'd done Christmas holidays, and yeah, it was nice at first.
Heavy rainfall had flooded many of the local roads, including the school bus route.
There was a smaller bit of water, we went through that, but then we went through the second bit, I was thinking, I'm sure it's a lot deeper than he thinks.
A dash cam recording of the road that day shows just how bad the flooding was.
As soon as we entered the water, then it got out of hand.
Despite the flood warnings, the bus driver continued along the submerged road.
Because it was so deep, the bus started like floating and drifting off sideways to the left side of the road and got to the ditch and then just like fell down the ditch really.
As the bus fell into the ditch,
Опять Forza.
started to pour through the doors. The more the water gushed in, the more the bus started to tip
Що ви
over
таке
onto its
тачка?
side.
А що медно какие-то ушли? Подожди, там одна, была еще одна. Дай умрем. Одна за одной. Это не та, которая. Или вторая, третья машина.
Bus, terror was setting in. The very youngest kids were at the front, and the freezing water was now up to their shoulders.
Had to try to get to the back of the bus and try to stand on the seats. Just try to find anywhere because it was really deep at the front.
Холод.
There was one girl, she had a panic attack, she was really scared.
Чуть-чуть.
Amid all the one of the older students managed to call the emergency
Ой.
services.
Что это?
Fire officer Paul Bennett was one of the first officers on the scene.
When the call comes in, obviously, the sheet that tells us what type of incident it just says, bus in floodwater, 30 children trapped. Until you actually arrive at the scene, you don't know how serious that is.
Я что он говорю? Не
There's
то, что
always
никто
fear
не
that
скрывал.
you
Ну,
can't
он
get there quick enough that somebody's life may be lost. To see a bus full of children to have been picked up and moved across the road into a ditch like that was quite a sight to see.
One student, he smashed the glass switches for fire emergency. He's got the small hammer out and smashed the window with that because he was so panicked.
The smashed window proved a lifeline, as the fire crew were able to carry the children out one by one.
Some of the children had panic attacks, so the firefighters are used to dealing with people in stressful situations, and once they calmed them down, they were able to then rescue them, take them to safety.
When the fire people came along, the emergency service, they did feel so relieved.
Kids were fantastic, their reaction was spot on for dealing with an emergency.
Amazingly, none of the children were seriously injured, but the driver was found guilty of dangerous driving.
Опасное вождение.
It's January, and more hazardous winter weather has arrived.
You'll probably want to wrap up warm if you're heading out today. Rain is due to hit an Arctic chill from Canada later, which could lead to wintry showers. The Met Office say that could cause some disruption on the roads and rails.
Driving conditions are treacherous, which means the operators in the RAC control room are being bombarded with calls.
RAC Rescue, talking to Jenny, how can I help?
Already, the number of distress calls handled by operators like Jenny is 3 times higher than normal.
This map is our Bible as to what we're doing at the roadside every minute of the day. See a lot of white, then that's a lot of people waiting to be seen. And the red is when the patrol is with the customer. A lot more dots when we've got extreme weather, as in snow, ice. Today, snow, South Coast, London, yeah. I mean, that's indicating that we have an awful lot of breakdowns and people need our help at this moment in time. I watched the weather forecast all over the country. The family, I think, seem to look at me a bit strange when I'm seeing what we're doing in Scotland, but watching the UK weather forecast is important to me. It does indicate greatly what sort of day I'm going to have. RAC Rescue, good afternoon. You talk to Jenny. How can I help?
Jenny, czego pomóc?
And the snow continues to fall, and Jenny takes the call they most fear from a lone female.
Are you in a safe
location?
The caller is in a dangerous and isolated location.
Nie mogę ci pomóc? Tak, mam
Don't worry, we'll come and look up here. No problem then. You take care. Bye-bye. If we do get a call from a lone female at night, then the lone female goes to the top of the list. They get the highest priority that we can give them. We have a duty of care to get to them as quickly as we can.
Breakdown engineer Simon's been dispatched to assist the lone woman. She's broken down by the side of a busy A road in Essex and needs urgent assistance.
Got a flat tyre on quite a busy stretch of road on the A120. There's no lights on here at all. There's no hard shoulder, and where the lady is, she's on like a mud burn. I did ask her to get out of the vehicle, but she explained that it's quite difficult to get up the side of the bank because it's too muddy, too slippery. Quite scary breaking down as it is on your own anyway, especially on this road, in the dark. It's got sideways snow coming in. Temperature's about 1 degree. I've been doing this now for 4 years. This is the first real bout of snow that I've ever experienced on the RAC. It's going to be a learning experience for me as well, to be honest with you.
As the temperature plummets, Simon needs to get to the lone stranded driver as soon as possible.
Co to направление? Сюда.
But with no lights on the road.
Так ты заблудишься. По лестнице прямо.
He can't see more than a few meters ahead and misses her.
Hello, Simon from the RAC. How you doing? I did just drive past you. I did see you quite late. You're not very visible where you are. I'll probably be with you in about the next sort of 10 minutes, all right? So I shouldn't be too much longer.
With over 1,500 people killed or injured on the hard shoulder each year, Simon's worried about the potentially life-threatening situation the woman's in.
The weather's quite bad, to be honest with you. I mean, it's quite poor visibility. Driving past, I can barely see her. So the customer's going to have to stand outside in the sleet and the snow. That's not ideal for them either. Probably without a high-vis jacket as well. So we really need to get to as soon as possible.
After 10 long minutes, Simon's managed to spot the stranded customer.
We're just coming up the car now, so probably I'll have the beacons on. We're not in a lay-by here, so I'm going to have to be careful. I'm a little further back than I normally would, especially in the snow. How you doing? You okay?
It's immediately clear how dangerous a spot the driver, Maria, has broken down in, as there's no safe verge to climb up.
I hit a pothole while I was driving home and had to pull over. So hopefully it's just a case of changing the tyre. It's probably the coldest evening all year, so every time for this to happen, this was absolutely the worst.
Fortunately, she's prepared for cold weather.
I've actually got a hot water bottle underneath the coat, which I always keep in the car, so yeah, that's the only thing that's keeping me alive right now, I think.
They're in such a vulnerable position that Simon needs to get the tyre changed as quickly as possible.
Obviously on an A road like this, there is no hard shoulder. So I've pulled over as best I can, but it's been slightly terrifying when the lorries have been going past.
Very dangerous. You have to be aware of the time.
As vehicles thunder by on the dark road, through slush and ice, Simon can't relax for a
Oh.
Everything just moves.
You kind of hope they're going to see you and not hit you at the last minute, because you know you don't really have much chance of escaping that if they do hit you.
Simon's changed so many times.
Там где красная горит.
This is why you call the professionals. I'm hoping to regain enough feeling in my fingers to be able to drive home in a few minutes now. So Yeah, very, very happy.
Simon's final concern is making sure Maria gets home safely in the treacherous conditions.
Where we are, we're in quite a dangerous position. So if you just want to get yourself going. All right then? And then take it easy, right?
Maria can now drive home to the wall, and Simon's officially got his snow badge.
Almost quite hairy doing them there. With the lorries, with the cars going past at 7 miles an hour. It's always a danger. You always have to be a little bit on edge. Hopefully the next terrain is over the road like this, but yeah, we'll keep things to get around again and see what's up next.
Coming up, heavy snow continues to fall across Britain.
So when you've got the plough on and you've got cars coming towards it, it can get quite dodgy.
The remote Welsh village is ransacked by flooding.
See that amount of water, you realise we have to do something quickly here.
As the temperature continues to plummet, the nation is hit by a winter freeze, bringing chaos to Britain's roads. In Stirling, central Scotland,
Palace.
freezing winter weather has suddenly hit the town and surrounding areas. With snow already on the ground and heavier snowfall expected over the next few days, the local roads turn into death traps. Last year, 60% of driving fatalities occurred on country roads. When the conditions get this tough, it's up to the team of council Britters led by Kenny Sneddon to keep the roads safe.
We're obviously currently going through a period of adverse weather, so it's going to be a fairly critical night, and there's a possibility at the moment that the gritters could be out all night if the snow showers continue. Main danger, black ice with the general public. Make the assumption that the roads have all been gritted and everything's fine and they don't drive appropriately, it can result in serious accidents. Without the council gritters travelling around on a day like today would be very, very difficult and probably very dangerous.
It's 5 a.m. All the gritters in the depot are out putting in 24-hour shifts to get the roads clear of snow and ice.
One of our drivers, Pam, is on the early 7th Pam, will be going from Stirling. He'll be running all the way out the A11, which is the West Lowland Road, up the A9. The A9 is a high level route and it will suffer from severely icy conditions tonight. And it's critical that it's treated.
Sam is part of a team of 11, working to keep the roads safe while the people of Stirling are asleep.
And the gritter that Stirling Council's got is out today, out this morning. They try and get out on the roads before most road users, just so that the roads are a wee bit safer for them, you know. I've seen a few accidents on this road, especially on this route. Cars, they do tend to go by you quite fast here. It's like a racetrack some moments. People, you understand people are in a hurry trying to get to their work and things there, but the gritter's calibrated at 35 mile an hour, and if people try to overtake, especially the gritters, the slush can be dangerous. It tends to lie on the middle of the roads. If they hit the slush, it can make them square a wee bit. You don't really know it until you hit it.
Time is only 2 hours before the rush hour traffic begins, and in that time he has to grit an area of 60 miles. If he misses any part of the route before rush hour, the consequences could be fatal. And at base, more snow is forecast.
The monitor here basically has what's called basically to indicate the depth of snow we're getting. For example, here the deep red colours are indicating we're going to have heavy snow. The deep pink colours is that we're going to have light snow. Main danger is definitely cars skidding and coming off the road, and that applies to the gritter as well because they're not indestructible and the driver's got to be very aware.
Time is on the last 10-mile stretch, his least favourite part of the route.
This bit here, this is one of the narrowest bits of the road here, When you've got the plough on and you've got cars coming towards you, So here one coming. You see them coming. You've got to try and anticipate what the driver's doing coming towards you, where he's going to slide into here, especially if it's a big vehicle away. You can get quite dodgy at times. When you get to the end of this road here, up the top of that fire here, it's beneath a wee fire relief.
Town's cleared the route. Now the hundreds of commuters who rely on these roads can look forward to a safer journey.
That's that time now, everybody's trying to get to work. So that's how we try and get out early. So they get to work safe. And we've done our job. It's up to them to go to their job now.
The Arctic front has arrived. Temperatures are down to -6. Even the most experienced drivers struggle with these conditions. But new drivers, who account for a quarter of all collisions, are particularly vulnerable.
Winter conditions are going to be difficult for any road user, especially new road users, not maybe driven in ice before, not too familiar with braking distances when icy or when slippery, so definitely up against it.
It's late December, and rescue and recovery specialist Jamie has been dispatched to his third job of the day.
We got a call, we're on the way to a vehicle on its side in a ditch on just off the A5 at Weedon. Potentially could be a bit of danger with this one. It's only a 2-lane carriageway, so if we have to shut a lane down realistically, we'll have to get the police out there to give us some protection on it. The winter weather always makes our job harder. There's more serious collisions, there's more collisions. Yeah, a lot more stuff to think about.
At this time of year, the sudden drop in temperatures make the wet roads unexpectedly hazardous.
It's always going to be wet this time of year anyway, because there's not much sun to evaporate anything off the road surface, so it's always going to be slippy. That's a bit more in a ditch than I expected. Let's have a look. When I first saw the car, the first thing I thought about was how serious were the injuries. And you always think the worst when you see police tape. 9 times out of 10 they only use that sort of stuff to mark out scenes of crime itself. And you see the tape and you instantly think the worst, that someone's been seriously injured.
The police have already been to investigate and cordoned off the area, but with no one around, Jamie has no idea what's happened to the driver.
Hello mate, you alright? Is this your one? Is it your right? Is she? What happens? She come on the road and come straight on?
Walter was the driver. She's so shaken up by the accident and she's recovering away from the scene. So Harry has come back to help sort things out.
Going slow enough to come round, but I mean, she's like skidded. And then literally, couldn't stop, it floors a bit slippy, a bit like it's 11 o'clock this morning. So it's still a bit very cold. So, I think the tree that she took out has taken most of the force of her driver's side wing by the looks of it.
Well, mate, we'll do our best to get it out of there.
I'll get out of the office. Yes, thank you.
Fair enough, walk away from this one. I've seen other accidents that have been a lot less of a situation and a lot more injuries. So yeah, look again.
Щось затягнув, blablabla.
Worst nightmare. Especially for she's only 25, so she's only been driving since September. That makes it even more difficult, doesn't it? Just basically, just a little bit of experience coming up there. So we're very lucky.
Jamie needs to work out the safest way to recover the car. Even the smallest mistake puts him at risk.
A few things we've got to be careful of here. Obviously, we are on the main road, so the traffic's going to be pretty heavy. Also, you see, it's taken the tree out. The tree's now sitting and resting on the bottom with the wheel on one side and the car on the other side. It's going to make problems for us trying to winch it out backwards.
It's going to be a tough job, working on a near vertical slope.
the more challenging jobs are things you go to that are not necessarily the normal accident, so things down in ditches, in bogs and stuff, and just generally things that aren't the norm. You've just got to think about a bit more. I think the best idea is going to be if we drag it out the way, put it back out onto the grass in front of us, and then spin the car around and straight onto the back of the truck. Hopefully, it'll be all right. But let's get the winch cable on and see what we can do.
Even for Jamie's 10-ton truck, pulling a car up from this position will be tough. And with his vehicle parked by the busy road, he needs to get this done fast to avoid getting hit himself. Inch by inch, the car begins to move. But it gets stuck, snagged in the thick foliage.
Come on, baby!
But finally, Jamie manages to get it through.
Happy with that? It came out a treat, a lot better than I expected it would do.
As the car is winched out, it becomes clear just how serious this accident could have been.
She's been a very lucky girl. You see the end of the arm code right steer. If she'd have hit that, it probably would have been game over. So it's probably a good job she did miss that. She did end down a ditch. But yeah, very lucky girl indeed. Very lucky. Top classy Volkswagen. Still runs after all that.
Despite being able to drive the car onto the ramp, the damage is done, and the car will head to the scrapyard. But the situation could have been so much worse.
Thanks what? Aaron's got one new car, and, you know, even if she's only been driving for 6 months, so, you know, these things happen, she's a right.
This girl was very lucky, extremely lucky. Father was pretty relieved at the fact that his daughter was okay. I think he was just happy that his daughter had survived, and cars are replaceable, but family members aren't.
As the winter snow starts to thaw, the ground gets wetter and wetter, and this brings a whole new set of problems to the country. In the remote Welsh village of Lanrhaid, several concerned locals are reporting flooding outside their houses, and it's one of them.
Well, we were just starting to have a bit of lunch. It was about 20 past 1. We first noticed water coming down through the window here. We were a bit concerned about what was happening, but we thought we could contain it. We thought we were quite safe then. But then, after about an hour, wow, looking at, yeah, then just a torrent came down there. It just came through the 2 doors, and we couldn't stand a chance. It just literally flooded. It was actually thigh high.
Local hotel owner Peter saw the emergency services arrive.
The village was blocked off and the police and firemen everywhere. The police and the fire brigade were around just making sure everybody was right. The response and the help was there so quickly.
Fireman Di Evans was one of the first officers to arrive in the village.
The first priority is the safety of the occupants. See that amount of water coming down the streets. We realised we had to do something quickly here. The force of the water was so powerful and so deep that it could easily have lifted cars and taken them down the road.
As the water continued to tear, the police and fire brigade had to act quickly to find the source of the flood. High above the village, already sodden from the melted snow and winter rain, an old water mains pipe had burst. The devastation wasn't a surprise to local caretaker John.
Because the ground was full of water and that amount of water was shocking to just run away really, but the ground was saturated before it bursted, and then most of the rundown towards the village.
The flooding was so serious, it was amazing no one was injured. When it subsided, it left a devastating legacy on those affected.
As soon as floodwaters in the house, that's it. Those contents are ruined.
For some, personal belongings built up over a lifetime are lost in a single day.
The water come and filled the cellar 6 foot deep with water, so everything in the cellar there's thousands of books and things I've built up over all these years, in the library, different books which are irreplaceable. It's overwhelming.
Although the clean-up operation has started, it will take months for the village to get back to normality. Coming up, the cost of flooding hits London hard.
People didn't evacuate, then it could put them at serious risk.
And a collision between a 12-ton truck and a small family car.
And then probably with some dry in your eyes. Bit of a nightmare, really.
Яке знаю.
Across the UK, the winter weather continues to wreak havoc up and down the country. It's not just rural areas that have been affected by flooding. London has come under siege too. In the freezing winter temperatures, underground water pipes have burst, creating chaos for Islington Fire Commander Patrick Goldblum.
It was a huge volume of water, and unfortunately it began to flood premises, shops, commercial and residential. You know, you had flats that were flooded up to their ceiling. You know, and if people didn't evacuate, then, you know, it could put them at serious risk.
Local shopkeeper Paulie was one of a number of people hit by the floods.
I think when we walked into the shop, all we could feel was sick. The first instinct was shock to try and understand and comprehend what had happened.
London fire residents at 5 in the morning. We certainly had resources still out on the street at 6, 7 o'clock at night. It was a long, arduous day.
Within 90 seconds of the watermen bursting, millions of pounds worth of stock in the local shops have been wiped out.
Because every time any of us closed our eyes, all we could see was water and the thoughts going through our head as to where do we go from here, how do we cope, what next. I mean, we don't know if all the businesses on the main strip will actually come back.
As Londoners fight to recover from floods, the rest of the country is being battered by the elements. Storms, snow, fog, and torrential rain all cause chaos, catching drivers unaware. And at the height of winter conditions, even the low sun can be a hidden danger. It's a freezing cold morning in Buckinghamshire, and the recovery specialists have a huge job on their hands. Recovery driver Steve is racing to a serious accident. A truck has crashed into a family car. And the worrying news is that there were young children in the back seats.
Metal damage a truck due to a small car is unthinkable. It does scare you a little bit, the consequences of what has happened. You don't know who's been hurt.
He wants to get there as soon as possible, but the icy roads, combined with the low winter snow, are making driving particularly hazardous.
Obviously, the cold morning doesn't help. So the ground's frozen. We don't want to have an accident on the way to the job, so obviously, just got to be careful.
As Steve arrives at the scene, the police have closed the road, and it's clear there's been a horrifying smash.
Yeah, hit a small family car. I would say people inside would be very seriously injured or they'll lose their lives, unfortunately.
But incredibly, nobody has been seriously hurt in the crash, and the family, including 2 young children, have already been rushed to safety. Truck driver Michael managed to swerve at the last minute, just clipping the back of the family car. With his quick thinking, a potentially life-threatening collision has been avoided.
It was to do with the low sun and left side, you couldn't really see anything. As soon as you come around the bottom corner, that was it, the sun was in your face, and you limited view from what you could see, and all I saw was red brake lights, and I'd literally just caught them and just instantly reacted to it, and headed for the bush instead of the back of the car.
For Steve, it's clear that the driver's instinctive reactions in the face of the low winter sun have made a difference between life and death.
And at a corner, 75-year-olds who can't even see most of the road, so it's a bit of a nightmare really, but he got to put it in the ditch better than hitting the car. So hopefully he's safe in his life by putting it in the ditch.
The other driver's okay. He had a couple of kids, which is what made me feel worse more than anything, is that he had kids in the back of the car, but they were all okay, so
It's a huge relief that everyone has walked out of this accident alive. There's still a fully loaded truck to pull out of the ditch, so it's all hands on deck. The recovery specialists have sent out their two biggest machines, and rescue driver Mark is on the scene to coordinate.
What I suppose is we go over, get on with it, so we've got
Salam.
basically reach out. That's good to me.
They'll need to lift the back of the truck with the crane while pulling it forward with the winch. And today, that's easier said than done.
Oh no. What's that, Mark? Problem.
The truck's air brakes are locked, meaning the handbrake is jammed off.
They're not always simple. Sometimes you have to come up with a new plan as we go along, and that's where we're at the moment.
The road has now been closed for over 3 hours, so Steve and Mark need to find a solution to the locked handbrake, and fast. With no other option, they unwind the brakes by hand, a grueling task.
We try our best effort to get the air up, so we're going to do a bit of manual labour. You might need to there's a bit of lights now. Both the way around to get longer, I don't think it's closer. Are you all ready? Yeah.
With the handbrake finally released, the guys attempt to pull the lorry out of the ditch. The worry now is that the fully loaded 30-ton vehicle could topple over at any moment, putting everyone in serious danger.
That stank a bit more, you might slip and tip over.
Steve, nota. Tá. Ainda fui todo cheio. Que foi?
After a tense 40 minutes of manoeuvring, the lorry is finally back onto the road.
Yeah, happy with that. Bit of a hiccup with the brakes, but
Você não? Сейчас начнется или 8-8.
take it and get it repaired.
Freezing, more than anything. So yeah, can't wait to get back to the walk.
And for Steve, it's job time.
That's what we're there for, to do it as quick as we can. Get the tractor going, and we'll keep everything.
Pô. Só do canal.
Not all toothpastes are made equal. The new Colgate Total System is 15 times more effective at fighting a key root cause of many dental conditions. 100% of people strengthen their oral health toothpaste. Prevent future problems before they start. New Colgate Total Active Prevention.
Потом холодно, окей. Все. Сразу еду.
sudden violent storms.
That's what I was thinking. And we had to get the oil off.
Shocking, life-threatening road conditions.
Синий, это вообще интересно, прикольно. Я помню, это сделаю.
And outbreaks of treacherous black
Сейчас сохраню. Может, новая опять.
From the breakdown patrols to
4 часа уже хватит.
drivers in need.
Они говорят, за 600.
Recovery specialists.
Совсем долго.
Disaster strikes.
As far as they walked away, really.
Things can be taken away from you in a split second.
These are the everyday heroes who save the day when Britain gets battered.
Ой.
Coming up, a devastating smash, but the driver can't be found. We've done the best we can.
Ну так.
Carnage on the roads throws
Ну,
families
давай.
into chaos.
Что появилось?
And the crash victim suffers a
Они
terrifying
я уже начал. Все, я уже закончил. Южно. Ну как вам? Мне нравится.
When vicious winter weather strikes, the men and women of Highways England are on high alert. It's their job to keep around 4,500 miles of motorways and A roads across the country safe.
We deal with road traffic collisions, we deal with breakdowns on the motorway.
With 7 control centres around the country and over 1,000 traffic officers out on patrol 24 hours a day, they're responsible for keeping the traffic flowing, which can be a nightmare as temperatures plummet.
The ice and the snow, don't try to slow down, don't take us to the safety signals that are set.
You need to think on your feet. You need to be
Да,
aware of
больница,
what's
hospital.
happening. In a second, something could go wrong on the motorway. So it's a dangerous job.
It's midwinter, and temperatures have dropped below freezing, causing a spate of accidents in the northwest. Traffic officers Jason and Barry have just had an emergency call.
Опа! Хэллоуин появился. Привет, хаос. Ой, жесть какая. Это не дом Хэллоуин дома, какая-то мусорка, блин, а не дом. Раздолбанный, куча мусора. Берусь.
In what looks like a life-threatening crash, a car has skidded off the motorway, smashing through the barrier and landing up on its side in the trees.
С бункером.
If I roll down the embankment, with traffic coming at it 70 miles an hour, that could have spelled disaster.
Jason rushes over to the paramedics to check on the victims. 35-year-old Sharon is suffering back.
Синим фильмы?
Serious shock.
Тут ого. Трохи та, ого. Кило, ну, да, сразу понял. Сколько он? 400. Ё-моё, ну и раздолбан. Я сейчас пункт сделаю.
You see it happen, and you still imagining it happening to yourself. And
Да, у вас.
you know, some people don't
Я
swear,
начал.
some
Ну, на следующем стриме.